So, look what I have finished now. Nude, I call it Girl with Roses. I've been working like crazy on these details in this. It was really difficult to do. And I think I'm getting into these kind of difficulties, my signature, because I'm not used to painting this small, and you have to kind of get all the things that you get into a big painting by bigger brush work. You have to do with a way smaller brush, and you have to have a much better control over it. You can see how the structures and textures are. And yeah, so, but it's very interesting. I hope you enjoyed this video. It took me a while to make it, and it almost drive me insane. So, as usual, the customer is also waiting for it. So, yeah, and yeah. By the way, this is my avocado plant that I planted a few years ago. It's starting to get quite beautiful. I really enjoy stuff like that, so I see things grow. Anyway, I hope you will enjoy this video, and as usual, give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, put it in your playlist, subscribe to my channel, share my videos on social media, watch them. Even if you want to support me, watch them and put them on and let them roll even if you don't watch them. That's a very good thing you can do. Instead of donating on PATRON, you can do that. It drives up my view time. Also check out my PATRON. It's probably here and at the end of this video, and you find a link in the description if you want to support my channel. So that would be great. Anyway, until next time, I guess I see you in my next video. And yeah, stay cool and keep painting, and yeah, live life. Yeah, again, as usual, I forgot to tell you, you find hyperlinks in description, and you can jump around in between all the different segments. And this is a very long video, so it's also took me a long time to make these. So please use them. Every time you click on them, you give me another view. So please use the hyperlinks you find in the description. And yeah, okay. Thank you for watching. Again, stay cool. See you later, alligator. Okie dokie dokie. I'm starting a new small portrait. A girl looking up, naked. As you see, I first painted it once, sketched it up, and then I realized I had put it too much that way, and I wanted to be more in the middle, like here, which means that I had done a mistake, and I couldn't live with that mistake, so I just scraped it down, took some raw umber over it, and what I'm left with is some of the textures, and yeah, but I will paint over that anyway. So I'm just going to measure. So 1 and 1, 2, 3, 4, and a little bit. And it's going to 1. What I'm after is like 1. Yeah. It is kind of what I'm after. Here, the head goes there. And it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a little bit too big. So I'm going to move it up a bit. See? Yeah, I could. Well, I kind of have to accept that I'm not a photorealist, but the point is that I couldn't accept that it was too much that way because it would rock the whole composition. So I just chose to do the whole thing again, which is a bitch, of course, but you have to be an idealist when it comes to these things. There's nothing worse than you start on a painting and you're accepting some mistakes you did in the beginning, and it just keeps haunting you through the whole process, and in the end you hate the painting and maybe even discard it when you have worked hours on end on it. So my advice is don't do that. I'm going to let the background explain the hair in the beginning because it's a bluish background. So I'm just using a wash of paint now. Just going to get the drawing right. And yeah. I also did some mistakes. I used a different camera. Thought it would be better when I started painting, and I actually lost much of the building process of it. So maybe it's a good thing that I realized in the end that it was wrong. So I could give it a new start. Anyway, this is just approximately. She has this beautiful curly hair. She's real white. If she was living in the time of the Vikings, she would be what they called a shield maiden, strong, very strong girl, strong and beautiful. Woman, could you say? Well, I say girl. Actually, I call all women girls because I like girls. So. I also like women. And I guess to me it's the same thing. Girl, woman. So, she's nude, holding some flowers. Really gonna work with that. You see, face is on. I think the shoulders now. About here, down like this, down, breasts. Over here, just kind of strong arms. So anyway, okay. In the beginning, like this, it's quite difficult. It's very tiny, also, so I have to be a little bit aware of that. I got my hips, my first hip surgery last Friday, and I'm standing here on my prosthesis, and the operated leg is actually 1.5 centimeter, I think, longer than the other. My damage to my bones after all the years of training was so severe that I actually had crushed the hip into the socket and made some dysplasia, so I actually lost some of my height. And I'm getting that back because when they do the right foot, they are placing that also where it's supposed to be, and suddenly I'm actually taller. That's fun. Anyway, back to painting. Well, not back to painting yet. The hip surgery went well, at least until now. I don't have any infections or blood cloth or anything like that. I did too much training, too much walking. The first days, maybe I was too optimistic, and I got hit back because my legs and foot just swelled up, so I had to cut down. Didn't hurt that much, but it's funny, that pain that I had in my hip, that arthritis pain, was many times worse than the pain I have from the wound and the swelling. So even if I had to go on a crutch for the rest of my life, which I'm not, of course not going to do, it would be better than what I had, because that arthritis pain just destroyed my energy. Now after I get my second one fixed, it will take a few weeks and then I'm really back to business, because right now the hip that is not operated actually hurts more than the one that is operated on. And that was my good hip, so that tells you a bit. The reason why I could push it so long is obvious. I've been training martial arts since I was 13 or 12 years old. Boxing, running in the woods, been in fights, not scared of pain. And I just pushed it too far. So I was very flexible even when I had arthritis pain. I actually lost it now. The last year I lost all flexibility, really. I could do some movements, but it was just gone. But I also noticed even the first day, that I could spread my legs again and almost go out into the split. And that was amazing, because it means that my muscles still remembers being flexible, and I haven't lost it in the muscle. So I will kick back, start dancing, start doing taekwondo again, and live a beautiful, long life with a lot of painting, sweet girls, sweet wine, traveling, having fun without pain. And I'm so looking forward to actually rebuild all the muscle mass in my feet, legs, and get that great butt I used to have. I have a swayed back, so I get a lot of mass in my butt when I build with squats and stuff. So that's also going to look quite well. Despite that I'm 41 now, not 41, maybe less than 51 for fuck's sakes. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. I'm feeling happy. So it's a shame I have to go through one more operation. But now I kind of know what's going to happen. And I know what not to do. Take it easy. Don't wiggle your legs too much in bed when you get your... I had actually a spinal. That was fun. I had a spinal... I was awake during the operation, and I had seen a lot of operations on YouTube, real operations, and when I got this spinal anesthesia and I was kind of laying from my chest down, actually it felt like I couldn't really breathe deeply at some point, so that was kind of strange. I guess they know what they are doing. So anyway, and I was laying there on the operating table talking as usual. I always talk. And I started asking the guy, because I heard the saw and banging and all that, and I started asking him, if that's what, is that what you're doing now? And he said, yeah, but you have to shut up now. Be quiet now, because you have to concentrate. So, and you get so high on all the meds, so I mean, it was just a joyful experience. I'm not squeamish, so I can take, I'm not afraid of stuff like that. I'm not afraid of blood or anything, so. But then I just shut up, and I think I might, maybe they gave me an extra shot because I didn't be quiet and stuff. But then suddenly the operation was over. But the strange thing that I experienced was when you get a spinal anesthesia, you actually, I'm just going to see if it's still, yeah. It actually feels like, when they put me on the side, because they didn't use the anterior approach, they use some, not the posterior either, but they use something in the middle, called the super something. They're not actually cutting into much tissue, so you kick back quite fast. It's not like the anterior either, so they are kind of splitting one muscle, but they are not cutting in too much of the tissue. I don't know why I talked about that right now. Where were I? Yeah, that was it. When they put me on the side, it actually felt, because I couldn't feel my body from the torso and down, or not torso, from the chest and down, and it actually felt like I was hovering. It felt like so I was thinking about this hypothesis when it comes to these near-death experiences. Oh, I was dead and then I woke up again. I say no. If you were dead, you wouldn't wake up again. You're not dead just because your heart stops. You're dead when you're dead. If they can resuscitate you, you weren't dead. You were just deeply asleep. And so my hypothesis or theory is that these near-death experiences people experience is basically the anesthesia puts you in a situation where you don't feel your body at all, but you are conscious, but you can't feel your body, so it feels like you're floating. And if you have general anesthesia, and you are all out, the whole body is gone, and you are kind of waking up, in that transition from the being under situation to actually waking up, you will have a lot of vivid dreams, and you can't feel your body, but you are getting conscious. So my hypothesis is, as I said, that is actually what happens to people when they have this near-death experience. And then you can say, well, why can't they hear people talking? Or how can they see the doctors from outside, and bloody. And it's just, well, that is just because you hear them talk when you came into the operating room, usually half awake or awake. Some parts of the brain is awake, and that you just put that into your dream. I mean, I used to, when we were kids, we used to snort gasoline to get high. Yeah, that's actually possible. And I had kind of out-of-body experiences, almost like it has the same effect as, well, I haven't done LSD, but and you get hallucinations, very vivid hallucinations of at least the gasoline they used to sell when I was a kid. And it's really dangerous, so don't go there. Do not do it, because it will really screw up your brain. If you are not lucky, if you are unlucky, it can kill you. And you only need one time to get killed by it. So don't do it, okay? That's my advice. So don't blame it on me. We didn't know it was dangerous. We lived on this island in Karmøy in Norway, and we were kind of extrovert kids. We even stole a whole batch of dynamite and igniters and blew up the forest, and we went on the ice and we put big bunches of dynamite under the ice, and we stood on the ice actually when it blew up. So it's funny, not more of us got killed actually. Well, there has been people who have died that I used to know, some in accidents and some with drugs and some suicides. So there have been some casualties. No doubt about that. And looking back, I mean, it's funny, I wasn't even more, because we were constantly putting ourselves in danger. Yeah, blah blah blah. That was a little bit about my childhood and my hip operation. And in the meantime, I have been talking to you and painting this sketch, which I do hope that you get something out of, because it's going to become a beautiful painting. I hope I will work on it for a long while. It's actually commission work, and the woman who ordered it from me is getting kind of, yeah, she has been waiting for a while. I actually promised it to her before I went into surgery, but I was in such pain and I had so much to do that I couldn't do it. So you just have to wait a little bit more. So, and she will get it. So, when she sees this video, that is why I was a little bit late, because I've been in a hell of a lot of pain lately, especially the last 3 or 4 months. Painkillers didn't really do anything anymore. I didn't do like Vitakin or something crazy as that, but I did like Rotarol stuff. But the flare-ups in my hips came more and more often, and it didn't really work anymore. So it has affected my capability of painting a hell of a lot. Because usually I can stand here for maybe 10 hours, more even, before exhibitions. I sometimes had these 24-hour bursts in the end, and I couldn't do that anymore. I couldn't stand for 8 hours or 6 hours because I just stiffened up. And I actually can feel the swelling in my feet, or the foot. It's bugging me a little bit when I'm standing here, but it's not more than I can stretch out after I'm finished. So that is why I know I'm gonna really start doing a lot of paintings now. I mean, if my right foot was okay and I just operated the left one, I don't think I would have noticed the pain at all. But since my right foot is still bugging me so much, it kind of drags it all down. But then again, it only has basically 1/3 or 1/4 of the pain that my left foot had. So I can live with it for a couple of more months, maybe 3 months I have to wait. If I can't find the money to do it privately, which I also would like to do, because they're using the anterior approach, which doesn't cut into any tissue at all on a private hospital. So I'm going to see if I can sell some paintings and spend some money on getting it done privately. I probably won't succeed with that now because I have a lot of other expenses, but we'll see. Maybe I have some contacts that might be able to help me. So see what happens. Some customers. Because if I did the anterior approach, my second hip, I would kick back much faster. I wouldn't have to endure all that swelling. Of course, you will have the swelling and some pain, but it is supposed to be a much easier approach, an approach that dancers are using and martial artists and people who are in sports like me, or not in I'm not in sports, I just like to exercise. I like the boxing and the kicking and the screaming and pain and the burn. So yeah. So if there is some rich dude out there, or good woman, who want me to paint her portraits, or want to buy paintings of me, or just want to give it to me, I need $18,000. Actually, I have a few $1,000s outstanding in some portraits. I'm not finished with it, but I need to use that for my other expenses. And that is basically also why I would like to have more of you who really likes my paintings to become patrons. I mean, give away $1 a month. I mean, if 100 of you, or 200, 300, that is $300. And I'm also building up my Patreon, so there's also a monthly price on Patreon, one painting that I make and I give away to one of my patrons. So in a way, it's a gift relationship. The patrons pay me to paint the paintings that I give away to one patron. So I think it's a good deal. Anyway, you can check it out. Hopefully see you there. And if you're a painter and you become my patron, it's only $5 a month to have me as a mentor. And if you have $1, you can see all my content, all the content I will start posting on Patreon. So if you want to support my work, that is the way to go. And you, at the same time, you are actually supporting my artwork. You are also supporting my recovery from this. And if some very rich, nice person stepped up, that would be amazing. Actually, in Norway, we have this universal healthcare thing. And it's good treatment, but you don't get the last and the best treatments. Or not the newest anyway. You get very good treatment, but not the last one or the newest things. Because, as I say, it's all the obese people and all the people who get heart attacks and from lifestyle that are kind of stealing the money that could be used to have updated cancer treatments and hip surgeries and all that. So, yeah. I can say this hip thing is actually also a self-inflicted wound. But at least I wanted to be so healthy that I ruined my hips with overtraining. So it's kind of ironic, really. So, and again, I can only imagine how people who used to live before it was possible to do anything about it, how the rest of their lives when they got this shit limping around. The old people I saw walking with walkers, I always thought, why do you walk with walkers? What is it? It's arthritis. Arthritis. Now I know. Now I know the pain. Anyway, that was a long rant, huh? While I was painting. Anyway, you see how I rebuild and get the sketch in on the right spot. That seems quite alright. It's gonna be a little bit more, yeah, that's correct, because there's a little bit more room here because the light is coming that way, but it was actually not enough room on that side on the other sketch, so I got actually moved it a little bit that way. That's a good thing. So okay, I think that should do it. Well, I'm gonna paint some more. Painting a very small face. See what happens if I can get something really done with it. Yeah, I need more light actually. So, that's better. See, this is kind of fun, really. It's difficult and interesting. I always was fascinated by the small paintings in the big galleries in the world. I did tend always to make things big because I used to think that big is better. But not necessarily. I sometimes wish that Vermeer's paintings were painted bigger. There are some who are bigger, but there are no, except from maybe Art of Painting and a few others, there are no big paintings that I've seen anyway that are really big and all of that kind of have that kind of intensity and beauty in brush strokes and textures, and all the beautiful lasur or glazing, which they also have. Many places he has been using the oil paint almost like watercolor, and everything just glides in to one another. And that's what I will try to do in this. I will do my best to create something really nice, and yeah, see if my stamina allows it, as I have been struggling mildly with pain for the last 3 years. Actually longer. It has slowed down my painting quite a lot, so hopefully with my new hip I have less pain, and I will get more painted. I of course have to operate my other hip also this summer, hopefully. So after that I will get back deep into work. I basically have to pay, I thought it was more, but I have to pay about $12,000 privately to get my hip done. I thought it was 18,000, so I might be able to shake some money out of some of my customers. Yeah, so we'll see. Anyway, I have many other expenses too, so. Now, this is a sketch, so I am just trying to build the basics here now. This girl has a very strong face, so strong cheek. She's really kind of hard rock type of girl. She spent some years now in Svalbard and studying the environment and polar bears and ice caps and everything. And I guess it couldn't possibly be more suitable for this type of person. I have a huge picture painting of her in 2 figures. It's 2.2 meters that I will start finishing now. I think there might be a small short video of the painting process and the sketching process. I also wonder if I'm gonna do another YouTube channel which is only dedicated to my long tutorials. That would be very clean, only painting, no thoughts, no nothing. And I can keep this, I have so many videos, and I would like to repost some of them and enhance them a little bit. Maybe teach me how to make better videos, do some more enhancements of colors and stuff. So I might create another channel. I I am thinking about that, and it would be more easy to present also my work through a channel that is only dedicated to my painting. This channel is probably also that, but I have other stuff on it. On this channel I will also start doing more of my short talks about different topics. I was wondering creating a channel only for that, but I think you can combine it on this channel. I will also post more shorter videos, tutorials on this. And I also want to create one channel where I just put up stuff from traveling and training, stuff about life. So the day I die, YouTube is full of my thoughts, of what I did, of my videos, and my life, and everything. No, I'm not a narcissist. I just, well, maybe I'm a kind narcissist. I mean, being a little bit self-absorbed is not bad if it actually translates into something positive for other people. I've never felt entitled, or that I had special gifts, or that I didn't succeed because people stopped me, or I mean, I blamed myself for everything. Every single thing that have went wrong in my life is my fault. Even my hips, you know, it wasn't, oh, it's my genetics and blah. No. I burned my hips in both ends, and they gave a pretty lovely light, as my late Christopher Hitchens did say about alcohol when he died of esophageal cancer. So it's also a self-inflicted wound. So I don't feel, you know, narcissists feels very entitled. They can't take any critique, they can't change their minds, they can't really do anything that makes them evolve introspection, and that is why it's so difficult for me to change. And that is why I know for certain that I'm not a narcissist, because the only thing I've actually learned from is acknowledging the fact that I was wrong and that I evolved from that. I mean, if I go back to my youth, when I was 22, which was basically yesterday, I had a totally different worldview. I still believed in this afterlife thoughts. I still believed there had to be God and afterlife. You know, I was basically very conservative without actually knowing it. And then I became basically a socialist, anti-establishment, anti-Israel, all the things you now see, the most extreme on the left, I became. And then I started doubting my own subjectivity more, my own thoughts. I started learning from people like Christopher Hitchens, among others, to doubt my own bias. And I just became politically neutral, lost my faith, became an atheist. here I am today, painting, starting out as a welder a long time ago. So funny to think about. Time just seems to change life as you go along. As a Norwegian artist wrote or made a life is a constant balance on the knife's edge. I remember I did. I'm going to show you some of my first paintings when I go back to my home city or home Iceland, Kalmar, this summer. I'm going to make a video where I show you my early works and talk about how I evolved. I will want to do that because I want to show you that no matter what level you are on, you do the work and there is hope for you. But you have to stand your ground and you have to do the work, and you have to quit wanting to be liked by other people. You just have to go your own way and paint. But be critical. Be critical to your own mind, because it will keep on telling you that you are right, you are right, you are right, I'm right. There is this voice in our heads desperately trying to tell us, comfort us, to believe that we are right all the time. And that voice is the most dangerous of all voices when it comes to artists, because it makes us into smug, self-absorbed, narcissistic assholes. So if you can keep that doubt alive, and you work, and you don't fuck up as much as I did, you will actually be able to get quite far. I spent so much time, wasted so much time on porn, TV series, more porn, the gym, and training, and alcohol, and girls, and whoosh, it's a shame. But I'm not dead yet, so I will pick up the mantle and I will start running. That is what I will do with this life of mine. Okay, keep on painting and see you later. Yay! Doing some more on the face. And I think it's kind of coming along a little bit. I have a long way to go until I have found the nice, beautiful skin colors stuff. And it's so small, so it's a challenge on every level. That's good. That's what we like, isn't it? I think I've gotten the basis quite right, and then it's just to keep moving stuff around. There's shadows here. As I said before, she has a very strong cheek. So it's not some average face I'm painting. It is a special face I'm painting. You know, the colors are There's so many colors in skin. There are blue, there are reds, there are yellow, there are just a rainbow. And in this particular photo I'm using to paint it, it is very close to natural skin colors in the face. So I have all these nuances to work with, from the warm to the very cold. And in the end I will create the sculpture that I'm after. Let's see. I think I need to buy myself some very small sable pencil, the ones you use for more or less aquarelle paints or watercolor paints, because I'm going to work with almost, use the paint at the end almost like it's watercolor, very small nuances, glazings and overpaints. So it's going to be a struggle. Sometimes when you, even if I sooner or later are getting closer to the end, it's very easy to fuck everything up. I'm not at the end now, that said. Later I will. So, all these curls in her hair. She has this red, thick, curly hair. She's a Viking princess. Oh. And also it's going to be a struggle, because in the photo some of the red actually disappears. And it kind of comes out as a little bit greener and reddish. And there's also a lot of blue in this because of the film I used when I took the pictures. Actually, quite a few years ago I took this picture now. Just been hanging around. So I used a tungsten film, which actually doesn't make anymore, with a blue filter in it. So there was a 6.7 Asia Pentax camera with this tungsten positive film, and it gives a beautiful skin color, but also because of the blue filter it tends to make the surroundings bluer than they are in reality. So that's basically why some of my paintings are very blue. It's not some kind of a mystery that I love to paint blue. It's just that, you know, that's how the photo is, and since I'm always painting what I see, or at least I try to paint what I see, that's basically why I fail all the time, because my skill wall stops me from getting where I want to be. But it's good. So that's the reason. I love that film. It is, I both had Kodak and I Fuji, And I actually have a box of Fuji left in my fridge, but I'm now using it with andakt, as it's called in Norway. It's almost like you know, as for religious people, when they go to church, you bring the best clothes and you try to behave your best, and that's how I view that film. I don't have many films left, and after that I have to cross over to blue filters and stuff like that to get some of the same effect with ordinary film or slide film. But for now I do have some of them, and yeah, I'm gonna spend them wisely. I do actually have enough photos to paint. I mean, I have so much I want to paint. So, political stuff and all kinds of stuff I want to paint. So, I do actually have my life basically already covered in material, because my paintings isn't made in one day. I'm not as you can see, I'm not a modernist or an abstract expressionist. I can make like 4 paintings high on LSD a day. I need to have my brain working. I need to have that calm feeling to reach into the depth of detail. And that can be hard to come by when you have a brain like mine. And that is probably my greatest struggle, is to find that peace. But then again, when I find it, it is the most beautiful feeling ever, as you go deeper and deeper into yourself. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to work myself down. I've been talking enough, and I'm going to do more on the face later. Right now I'm going to go over all of it, and also see that I'm almost out of battery, so I need to do some charging for the next segment. Doogie 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 doogie. I guess I am now working on the full painting. I'm going to go a little bit closer, and so now I have been working on the body a little bit more. As you can see, I'm going to put in some lights and maybe do some the leaves and the flowers, and then I'm going to do the whole thing. I can see her thigh is a little bit too thick. That is also typical when it comes to me. If I paint a girl, I tend to exaggerate the hips. This girl doesn't have those very broad hips. She has a beautiful body, but she kind of have more different kind of type of body. Really good looking and stuff, but not those huge hips. But I tend to exaggerate a little bit, probably because my personal preference, I guess, is bigger hips when it comes to the girls I find the most attractive. For some reason, it is probably genetic. Not that she isn't attractive, she's also very beautiful. It is usually the type with very broad hips, like huge butts that I'm falling for, like totally, like just bad. It is the waist and hip ratio, which kind of gets me going, and I think there's no real limit as long as she is not unhealthily fat. I don't have any limits to how big her butt can be. But if she loses her waist, it's over for me. That is just not my type at all. So I'm gonna work with, there's some leaves. She's holding a flower, or some flowers, some wild roses that I actually picked in a park for this painting, for this photo shoot that I took. And that is also, I kind of fool around with that flora thing. I like to fool around with cliches, kind of drag it a little bit too far, just to make some confusion there. Like, does it really mean this? Isn't this too, too cheeky? But then again, if you just take it to, you just pull the string as far as you can, it can have the opposite effect. Also, I do not push any. I see some of the figurative painters, they try to emulate some kind of classical psychological historical thing that not actually existed. There used to be romantics, but it weren't cliches. It's like people trying to have the 80s party, like people who weren't even born during the 80s, like me. And I say, it wasn't like that, it was real. It wasn't a cliche, the hair wasn't normal. It was how we dressed back then. There wasn't any looking back on the long hair on the neck and it looks strange now, but back then it was actually the coolest thing. And you can't understand a different time unless you were actually there. So when painters are doing classical work and they are trying to be like they used to be 300 years ago, it's just ridiculous, okay? There is no way. They weren't like that. It wasn't normal to them. So stay away from the trying to be a pre-Raphaelite, Because even the pre-Raphaelite, even Art Nouveau, they meant it, okay? And that is why, despite that they're both the pre-Raphaelites and Art Nouveau can be very kind of over the top aesthetically. It has realism in it. It reflected a mindset. They didn't try to create a cliche in a way. They just became a style, a natural style. And that is what bugs me with a lot of figurative art, especially in Norway. Especially the Odd Nerdrum students. I really love Odd Nerdrum as a painter, and a Norwegian painter, Odd Nerdrum. I really love his work. Well, actually I love the work he did like in the late 80s and 90s best, because then he used a lot of color. But I still find him to be one of the greatest living artists. So, but he created his own thing with his motifs and stuff, but then his students are coming in there and try to be him at the same time as they are trying to be romantics, you know. And it just falls flat because they are trying to be something they are not. We are not living in the romantic age. We are living, it's more like, even if you look at if you read the writings of Leonardo da Vinci, he was also a realist. He wasn't, I'm gonna zoom out, he wasn't a romantic painter. That's what I do right now. I'm working all over the place. He wasn't a romantic painter or a romantic person. He was a realist. And that is why his work has the same relevance today, because he had the same scientific mindset as the most intelligent of us now have. So despite that I can play around with cliches and flowers and apples and all kinds of stuff, I'm a realist, you know. I have no interest in being this romantic painter, you know, oh, it's my own legacy and blah blah blah, you know. The earth will stop existing someday. The universe will whiff into nothing when there is no more production of stars, and gravity fizzles out and the universe expands until darkness falls, and then the universe slowly, steadily turns into subatomic particles that are standing still in absolute zero. And then from the quantum soup you probably get spontaneously a new universe, so blah blah blah. So legacy is bullshit because it won't last anyway. You can't survive infinity, and your work won't survive infinity. It will survive for a while. The best works in the world will probably be on the spaceships when we leave the solar system, or we leave to the moons around Jupiter and colonize new star systems slowly, steadily, because we can't go there fast. So anyway, but even that will end sooner or later. It's a very long time until that will end, but It will end, and so will my paintings, and so will my life, and so will probably the memory of humanity, unless we can find a way to jump universes or create new ones ourselves at some point, that we come to a level of ingenuity that we can actually basically control gravity and everything. I don't know if it's possible, and it probably will if you survive. But yeah, I just want to take a picture. But anyway, it won't last forever. That's a delusion. Just want to take a picture of the painting with my mobile telephone. So I have some yeah, see now. Always difficult to get it right. Okay, that's some oh shit. Just yeah. Anyway, even now, if there were an afterlife, which I absolutely do not believe in, I do not see what the hell am I going to do for infinity. Infinity is a very, very long time, or eternity as the religious call it. Should I paint paintings in heaven when I meet Jesus, or Allah, or Baal, or Amun-Ra, or Odin, and Thor, and all these beautiful dead gods? Would I paint in Valhalla? It's strange to think that way. But then again, I paint anyway, as if it has meaning, as if, yeah. And of course, when you look at the paintings of Rembrandt and Vermeer and all the other painters or artists or science people in science and all the beauty that they created, I mean, I'm glad they are there and that can learn from them. But this thing about meaning and is still nowhere to be found. So I guess it's all about if you're a painter or you're an artist or person of science or whatever. I think what is the whole thing is about is actually having a good time while being alive, and then try to give something back to humanity that they can enjoy and learn from. Meaning, there is no meaning, I'm sad to say. Anyway, that was a rant away from what I was actually going to talk about, which was painting. So, I always do that. It's so boring. Probably boring for you. I have some Christian friends now, and I think, Maybe they are happier. I don't know. I guess they don't have to struggle with infinity and death and stuff like that, like I have to. But then again, I don't want to miss out on reality. Reality sucks, but it's real. And yeah. Now I'm building textures here. I'm building for the next layers. I was asked if I could make a griselle. What's it called? They used to do that in classical art. They used to do these griselles. They built textures and room and all the models or the things in the painting with kind of grey or some black and white kind of greyish thing. And I was asked why I couldn't do that. And I said, why? Why should I do that? Why should I first paint my painting and then paint it all over again? The reason I read somewhere was basically it was a way to save paint. You know, paint back in the day when Rembrandt lived was extremely expensive, and if you go back to Leonardo da Vinci, it was even more expensive. It was very expensive to get the pigments and stuff. So I guess it was a way for them to save paint. But I don't need to save paint. And I think it's better to go right on to it. And in a way, not in a way, but this is my griselle. Okay? Or griselle or griselle or whatever. This is actually a griselle. The only difference is that I'm using color when I do it. So, because I'm building the same way as I would do if I did build them. Actually, sometimes I do some planning with gesso, put in some textures, especially if it's huge paintings, and I approximately know where I want to place much of the textures and stuff. Then it can be helpful to use the gesso and give it some texture, because when you're getting up to my huge paintings, actually paint starts to matter, because I'm using the best paints that I think anyway, and that's Old Holm. So yeah, maybe I should try to get Old Holm to sponsor me. But I need more subscribers before my channel becomes attractive for sponsors. But maybe just a little bit, that I could get some free paint or something like that. Maybe I should make another. I think I'm gonna make a full instruction video about everything, kind of a everything video. Maybe paint a figure painting, but then go through every stage imaginable, and maybe I could talk about Old Holm paint and maybe send that video to Old Holm. I don't know. Maybe. Okay, there we are. Now, I've been working with the whole thing, and so I kind of, the camera is in the way. I'm just gonna do some point in different things. It's very important to get oversight of the details that I'm going to work with. This pencil, I've seen its best days. I do prefer the flat ones. These ones are kind of the best. If it's very detailed work, it can be good to have the other ones. You know, inside here, places you need smaller pencils. See now. I'm only have, you know, I have one picture of this girl looking straight out at the same posture. I think I want to paint that big. Then again, I have so much I want to paint. So I just have to paint. And that is my goal now, to focus on that and only that. My time is going to go to these things, 3 things: training, painting, sleeping. More than 3 things. Hanging out with friends once in a while. Because I have so much to catch up with, so much work. That is just crazy how much I have time I have wasted. Anyway, soon my feet will be fine, my legs, after my operation, and I'm going to be relatively pain-free, and then I can focus on this. It's going to be great. You see, this is really in the beginning. I actually need to move the camera a little bit because that's in the way. I just need to move it a little bit over here because I can actually see. It's going to be a very nice painting, I think. I'm going to do some work on the body there also. Maybe I should zoom a little bit. Do with the flowers stuff. Yeah, like this. And you can see how she's holding some flowers, and just need to, what I do is I just start out with doing impressions, and then I just keep building it as I go along. And as I said many times, I just move the paint around until I feel it's right. First I put this on, try to figure out where I just do like this, and then I go in. There's some flowers coming out there and also crossing over a hand. So I have to focus on the shape. Right there underneath, flowers coming up there. There's a very strong yellow. That's quite fun with this. I can actually work very impressionist on this in the beginning. I like the intimacy of the detailed work. I'm just going to use this pencil. It's kind of synthetic. It's also Da Vinci, so they have many different pencils. There was this guy who asked me on my YouTube channel, "Hi, it is a moon landing celebration today. If I believed in a moon landing." Now, is there actually anyone out there who doesn't believe that we landed on the moon? Oh God, I mean, get a hobby. You know, people are more prone to conspiracy theories than to actually reading science and things that you can learn from. And that is really strange. It's almost like some people believe that conspiracy theories are more exciting than reality. I mean, reality is incredible. If you start studying science and facts and history, I mean real history, not the kind of history that tells you that, oh, the pyramids was built by aliens, and, you know, so silly. Just think about that. Aliens are creating technology that basically can cancel out the laws of nature as we know it, or use the laws of nature in a way that we can't even fathom. They travel across the universe, probably inside the galaxy, or even more probably they come from a different galaxy, since, yeah, well, we haven't heard any signals from them before. And then they managed to fly around many times the speed of light just to come to Earth and give some relatively intelligent apes the capability or to build some buildings which are laying stone upon stone for no real reason, for no good reason at all. that is what they want me to believe in. That these beings flew eons. So maybe if they just star jumping, they would use hundreds of millions of years maybe to get there. Just to build some stone structures and then leave us. And the stone structures are used to what? Burial chamber for the pharaohs. It is strange to me that people actually aren't more sane than to immediately debunk this as bullshit. But it has to do with the fact that if you do not know science, you do not actually know how difficult it would be to travel from a star system or even galaxy to this galaxy. You can't really fathom how incredible the technology must be. They basically had to bend space or create wormholes. And to do that, you basically need the energy of a whole star to punch this hole in space-time. And then you have to have a map and somehow first actually surviving this journey, which will be hard enough, but then having a map already there to make sure that you are ending up where you are supposed to. So yeah, that is what they want me to believe in. And that is just ridiculous. Anyway, back to painting. You see, now I am just gonna... You know, it's always the dark that creates the light. There is no doubt about that. I remember I was so in love with this girl a few years ago, and I was walking in the park or in the graveyard, and I saw this beam of light, this low sun, and I just had that thought, we are the shadows. No, that is not true. What was it? I was thinking, we are the light that see the shadows. It's like we are created by sunlight through photosynthesis and stuff like that. Nature has created food and us and evolution and energy and stuff, and we, through sunlight, we have actually become a being that are able to see the shadows that kind of falls when the light hits objects in front of us. And it was such a beautiful light. There is no light that is as beautiful. Maybe morning light is also beautiful, but that warm evening light is really beautiful. And yeah. And I sent that message to that girl, I remember, and finally got a smiley out of her. But that didn't last. Anyway, yeah, sad story. Okay. I'm digressing all the time. I'm looking forward now to, I have at least 25 huge paintings that I started on, actually 5 years ago or 4 years ago. I've done some, I've finished some of them, but I have a whole bunch. And sadly, I don't have videos of the sketching process of most of them. But I think I want to make videos from... I have photos of the sketches, so I can actually mix that into videos. So I want to make videos basically. I can't make videos of everything I do. It just will take too much time. But I will start doing more, finish more works and bigger works, more of my figure paintings. Also gonna make a very huge series of still lifes of dead birds and dead animals. I actually have them in my freezer. The problem is that my freezer defrosted once for a week when I wasn't here. And you can imagine a freezer full of dead birds and sheep's heads and stuff suddenly starting to defrost. Actually, the good thing is that it took 2 or 3 days before the freezer actually totally defrosted. But it did. So when I have painted all these animals, I'm just gonna go into nature somewhere and bury them and go back and pick up the skeletons so I can paint them, because I just need to get rid of the freezer or try to get its smell out of it. So yeah, it's a nice story. Also, after a while I start to do like this, but right now I'm just sketching it, so I don't care so much about the textures right now. I'm just gonna try to get the basics right. I still can feel that my operated foot is actually hurting a little bit when I stand for a long time. But it's getting better every day. Today actually it was my unoperated foot that hurt the most. And that is so annoying, knowing that I won't really be totally good until I have also a hip replacement in my right foot. And it's also holding me back in my training, so it's quite annoying. But it's much better. I used to be in so much pain a while ago that I didn't really know how much pain I was in until I was gone. And it's now a little over 3 weeks since I did my hip replacement, and my left foot hasn't felt as good in years. No pain, no real pain. So it's strange how they can actually fix these things. Yeah, there's little leaves there. You see, I'm just placing them Well, I'm just gonna do some more work. There's some nice. I picked some. There's a nice. This picture as I was taking in my former studio in the middle of the city. I kind of miss living down there. Because I kind of love going straight out the door, seeing people, that will have to be a little bit longer. There's kind of a spike, it's not kind of, it is a spike there, but it's further that way. That's things I don't want to get wrong, because then I might start to paint other things in relation to that one, and then you start really fucking up. It's this thin branch here coming out with some leaves on it. You've probably seen it in some of my other paintings. So yeah. Anyway, as you see, I'm just right now it's a griselle. Somebody asked me if I painted griselle. I probably said I mentioned that before. And this is, for me, anyway, a griselle. It's just with color. I see, as I did say before, I think, I see no point in painting this twice when I can go right on with color and just build straight from there. So yeah. I need coffee. It's Game of Thrones tonight. I'm really looking forward to that. Just gonna paint for a few hours and then I'm gonna watch Game of Thrones. I love Game of Thrones. It's so sad it's gonna end now. They should just kept on making that series. But then again, it'll probably turn out to become like Star Wars, just a shadow of itself. So maybe it's a good thing that it ends. And I'm gonna end watching TV series too with Game of Thrones. I'm actually gonna end watching TV series because I've been watching way too much stuff like that, and it steals from my work time, steals from my sleep, steals from everything, you know. If I want to see a movie or something, I should actually not watch movies at home. If I want to see a movie or something, I should just go to a movie theater. Get some chow time. Just go get some fucking popcorn. Bag of M&Ms. And sit down and enjoy a movie in a theater. I mean, if we want to get time for everything, that is how we have to live. You can't do both. You sure as hell can't see all the new movies coming out, because that would just destroy everything. I'm going to go watch the last one of the Avengers. I think that might be good. And the next one I'm going to see is Star Wars. That ends it for me when it comes to Star Wars. So one has to use the time very advisedly, or suddenly you're 40 And even worse, suddenly you are 51 like me now. And I have no idea how that happened. I mean, the time from 45, 44 till now has just gone like flames in dry grass. And if I'm going to make anything happen in my life before I'm dead, then it's now really time to do it. No more focus on girls, no more focus on bullshit. Use your time very wise. Have spare time and then work time. Period. No exceptions. Okay, I'm just gonna work for a couple of hours. Then I'm gonna come back to you and film some more. And maybe talk more about painting. I see now that I have painted outside of the view as well. I mean, that's just stupid. What I've been doing is, you can see what I've been doing. I've been building more textures here. And what I do is just trying to, now when I come longer, I start to build textures in directions. I picture myself that the wall is kind of to create the plaster textures. I just, or the brick wall, it's kind of a brick wall with some paint on it, muurpuss, as it's called in Norway, plaster maybe. So I can actually see she's quite broad shoulders, not as broad as this though, but strong. Strong lady. No, that was wrong. Or maybe it isn't. Maybe I have to move this one in, the whole thing actually. A little bit. I'm going to get a mirror. I'm going to look in the mirror because that's a very good way to do it. You just compare the photo, or if you have a model, you just compare the model. You look at the model and the painting, or the photo and the painting at the same time, and you can actually see the mistakes. It's almost like the brain, if you see it through a mirror, is neutralizing your bias, and you see it clearly. So, yeah. There's some cactus here, and a lot of different very nice details in this going forward. So yeah, till next time. Okie dokie dokie. So this takes more time than I thought. Just gonna put in some, just try to make it happen. See? So annoying. My eyesight started to get worse a couple of years, 3 or 4 years ago, and some days it's just not so good. It's only +1, so it's not bad, but it's confusing. When you have perfect eyesight all in life, it's kind of annoying when it starts to deteriorate. I have a friend who's an eye specialist, so maybe I should talk to him about it. Maybe there is something I can do, operation or something. Then again, who wants to operate on the eyes? It's like, it's my tool. So, anyway, at the end I will probably get used to wearing glasses. I only need it when I do kind of detailed work, or it's also important to stay away from sugar. Yesterday I saw this movie in the cinema, Avengers Endgame, and I had once popcorn and chocolate and stuff, and I can actually notice it today that all the sugar did something with my eyes, so it's not good. The carbs. Anyway, see, I'm gonna make some greenish, bluish greenish shadows there, and I notice I'm a little bit out of practice right now because I fumble a little bit. I've been doing a lot of still lifes lately, not so much figure painting, and you notice quite quickly how you lose some of the skill. So it's very important to keep up the skill set. I also had some problems focusing because of my hip replacement surgery and all the pain I had before and some after. And all in all, it kind of took a toll on me, I guess. You see, I bring it first up, then I start to push it down again. And the colors I use is usually Naples yellow, it is vermilion, it is Naples double reddish, and different, and the black, and the yellow, and yeah. I was asked how you make skin, and I guess that is basically what I do. I just try to mix in all those colors without mixing them too much together. I kind of place them on top of each other or beside. Well, there's very greenish and blue, so in the photo, I'm not gonna show you the photo. too much because I don't know if the model would like that. So you have to be respectful. So yeah. See, I need some. No, a little bit out of training actually. I feel I had this problem focusing lately. I'm not that good right now. So I need to do more every day. It's kind of like playing chess or riding a bicycle. You get into it quite fast. The brain works like that. It just came a mush because I started painting before I knew what I was actually going to do. So I guess I need to walk back the cat and try again. There's also a shadow going down here. Oh, some light down there. And I have been painting on this now continuously without letting it dry, so it could be good just to let it dry. Just put in some more, a little bit more detail, and then let it dry, and then use the lasur or the glaze on it and start again. That also always gives me a new start and a new way of looking at the piece. So I think that would be quite smart to do. I'm even fumbling now on my palette. So, and I'm talking to you, which also makes it even harder, because I can't really get into the flow. So I'm actually, my animation just stop filming, stop talking, put on some great music, and start dancing. Yeah. Why the hell do I make these videos anyway? I don't earn any money on it. It just takes a lot of time. I earn a little bit money. Actually, a few of you, not many, have become my patrons. And it's a good thing, because then I actually get some income from it. It's not much, and actually if I didn't make videos and only painting, I would get more painting done. But then again, it's quite fun to make some videos, and it can also be my part of my legacy if I should die. But it takes time, a lot of time actually. And yeah, it's going to be difficult with the flowers here. It's very tiny. I want to try to film some close-ups when I do that, so you can actually see more. Yeah, there's no use actually in piling on more paint, because it's like, it's almost like the paint, when you start adding so much paint, it's almost like it doesn't stick anymore. You can't really, you don't get it to stick the right way. It becomes too oily. The best thing is actually filming when I have been painting for a couple of hours, because then my brain is more tuned to what I'm doing. Her breasts are very round, and she doesn't have any this plastic bullshit they put into them. What do you call it? Let's call it a breast prosthesis. They call it an implant, but we should actually call it a prosthesis. It's ridiculous actually that women do that. She hasn't done it actually. She just naturally good looking. I've seen very nice women or girls that didn't have so much breasts, but they did it anyway. They had very nice butts and hips and everything, and because they couldn't trust themselves enough. Because who the hell are they doing it for? Are they doing it for the men? I mean, why would a man want to lying around touching plastic breasts? It's like when I was a kid, me and were very young, like 8 or 9, maybe 10 years old, and this neighbor girl were playing around, and she had these balloons with water under her under her shirt. And I remember me laying there, touching this, dreaming. And I was so horny. And I forgot that. So, maybe some men are like children. It's like when people are showing me, oh, look at those breasts, and I say, well, they're made of plastic. It's the point. So girls, don't get plastic tits. If you don't have any breasts, take care of your butt. Most men is butt man anyway. So, yeah. All of the strange things I can talk about. This video will be demonetized immediately by YouTube because there's nudity in it. And that is also so annoying because people want me to paint more nudes and more figure paintings. And yeah, but who's gonna pay for that? I mean, some of my best videos, the ones I don't actually can earn any money from because there's nudity in them, are demonetized. And YouTube are quite neurotic when it comes to stuff like that. And I don't even think people can see them because I think they X-rate the channel So you have to be over 18 or a subscriber to YouTube to see the videos at all. So that might be why it's so hard for me to get the views up. I don't know. I'm not sure. Anyway. See now how I add lights. I kind of overdo the colors and then I work over them, and in the end they kind of shine through. The last things I do is the glazing. When I almost finished, and then the textures and everything just shines through. So, yeah. Okay. I think I'm just gonna turn off the camera and take it closer and focus on this spot and see if I can show you how I work with a small detail. Yeah. Fumbling like an ass. If you mix too many colors together, you get dirt. You don't get shadows, you don't get clarity, you just get dirt. So try to avoid mixing together too many colors, because it won't work. There's something missing here today. It's almost like my eyes doesn't want to play my game. You know, it's like I'm gonna buy myself a fucking piano and I'm gonna use a couple of hours a day playing piano, hopefully. I want to do that before I'm dead. And focus everything into building my brain. The older I get, the more important this will be. So, and I should play more chess. I used to love that. Flow of chess. The last guy I was playing with was so much worse than me that it wasn't really a challenge. It started getting boring. The funny thing, he was a friend of mine. Even if he was about to win, his low self-esteem just couldn't close the deal. And I guess I was using that against him also when I was playing, because I'm very competitive when it comes to stuff like that. I don't mind losing though. I'm not a sore loser. If I lose, I lose. But then again, I don't want to lose. And I knew if I could turn the guy's bad self-confidence against him, if I was in a bad situation, I just acted like I wasn't. or even told him that I was. That he could possibly get me now. And he got stressed and he just kept doing stupid mistakes. Anyway, we're not friends anymore. I wonder why. But I did like the chess playing. Even with him. Find somebody to play chess with. Preferably someone who's better than me. So I can actually learn something. Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Knut's blah 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 channel. I have a friend who is a very good artist. His name is Leandro Casillano. He's very good at making paintings. He fools around. He calls me blah blah blah. Talk so much. Blah blah blah. And I say, well, somebody, you don't talk much, so someone have to do the talking. Wonder how long that friendship is going to last. Anyway, friends come and go, girlfriends come and go, people die, and they don't come back. And that's a fact. And in the end, I'm dead too. So who cares if friends come and go? What is important is the immediate flow. The flow that I can reach in the gym, in my painting, in everything I do every single day of my life. So I feel I achieved something. That is what matters. That's all. Friend come and go. Girlfriend who doesn't show. Wasn't really what you thought. Fuck that. It's meaningless. Yeah. We don't do much color now. Maybe. Maybe not. Starting to enjoy it now. I used to tear myself away. Funny. And suddenly I got into the flow and then it's hard to get away from it. Anyway, I'm going to focus a little bit closer. You can see what I'm doing here. So kind of a little bit more interesting for you to hear me yapping about everything that isn't related to painting. Actually it is. It just sounds like it isn't. Okay. So, I'm going to do some miniature flower painting for ya. Let's see how that turns out. Yeah. Take my small pencils. There's a lot of stuff happening in between there. There are hands, so that's going to be a challenge. Hands is always a challenge. I actually forgot my glasses, so that's going to be fun. Maybe I don't need them. If I kind of stay away from the canvas, I don't need glasses. It is when I get kind of close to it, that is when I start needing them. Some light falling on the fingers here. There's also light here. So I just put on. The problem is I tend to put on too much color. When it's kind of small stuff like this, you could be a little bit more careful. Of course you can scrape it off if you like to. That's a possibility. But I want to be a little bit more careful. I'm gonna get all the fingers. There's 1, 2, there's 3 fingers. And I'm gonna mold them as I go along. I do think I need my glasses, by the way, because the palette is close to me. I've also been in some pain on my right foot because I've been using my right foot, the one I didn't operate on. Been using that a lot while I were on crutches and stuff, and staff. So now it's gonna stiffen up a little bit. Also need an operation there, so probably said that 10 times in this video already. So, but therefore I also took some painkillers today, and I think it's not my kind of stuff, you know. I couldn't get addicted to it because it's not the kind of buzz that I like, because it kind of takes you down. It doesn't bring you up. The things I could get addicted to is like smoking and sugar and probably cocaine and stuff like that. And alcohol. I wouldn't be addicted to painkillers, I think, because there is no real buzz with it. Not that I can feel anyway. And I just get kind of tired of it. And that is not the buzz I'm after. If I'm gonna get high, it is get high, you know, high, not high. That is not high, that's low. Like people are smoking weed. I never got that shit. Because it's so boring. People get boring when they smoke weed. We're just gonna hang around, you know. Somebody wants some food, you know. And start laughing. And also puked most of the times. So first I got kind of a little bit of a buzz, started laughing, and then I became very silent, an introvert, and then in the end I started to get sick and I got paranoid, and that was my buzz. Alcohol really was my buzz. Was. I don't drink much anymore, maybe a bottle of wine a month. I'm not drinking anything now for a few months because I want to restitute my feet and my body. I'm going to give my body the most nutrients and good food and no poison, so we can build strong bone and strong muscle and kick back fast after my operation. Also need another operation, so I kind of need to plan for that. So for me, alcohol and stuff like that aren't really in the pipe right now. I do love actually red wine. But then again, I hate being hungover. I hate being hungover even after just a bottle of wine. So I always hated that feeling so much, and I never were the kind of person who wanted to drink the day after. I just hated alcohol the day after. So, and it didn't actually work. You had some drinks the day after. It doesn't really give you that punch or that high that I'm after when I'm drinking. When I'm drinking now, I basically do it on an empty stomach. I don't like to mix it with food because it destroys the buzz. And I try to have, I like to have something in my belly, but not much. Then I have the first glass quite quickly, then the buzz starts to kick in after a few minutes, and I take the second one a little bit fast also, and the last two more slowly, just to keep that high. And most people don't drink like that, I guess. And if you do, you get kind of the best of both worlds. You get the best of being healthy, being in good shape, and sometimes getting high. And I kind of found my thing. It took me many years to get it under control, because there was a time I used to drink a lot. I used it as a crutch, as a way to feel better about myself, and I had this underlying bad self-confidence, and alcohol became kind of a way to cope with that, which of course is no good at all. So, yeah. And it didn't help on my self-confidence either, because if you use alcohol as a crutch to be social, or you will never actually learn yourself to believe in yourself. So the alcohol actually, or the drug you prefer, becomes your prisoner, your master, as Christopher Hitchens said. Well, he died of alcohol and smoking. But he said that when it came to alcohol, and he was drinking way too much, and it killed him in the end. But he had this thing that it should never affect his work, it should never affect, and he kind of wanted to be the master and not a slave. I think he was a slave because he basically drank himself to esophageal cancer. But he was what we call a functioning alcoholic. But it's really damaging for your body also. So killed him at 62. So yeah. Anyway, I don't talk much about painting here. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm a little bit sorry about that. I'm trying actually to create some videos that are more to the point, and I will. So people don't have to listen to yapping. Anyway, that was a little bit about using alcohol or drugs. I have no idea why I started that conversation, but I did. So, yeah. Now you see, there's a lot of clarity here. I'm building now maybe a little bit too much texture. It's always tempting to me because I love painting so much, and that I tend to overdo it, and it is important to have a lot of paint here because it's going to be the brightest spot, but I don't want it to be so much that it collides with everything else. So, yeah. Well, when it dries, I will see better what needs to be done. So, it's almost like the white doesn't create any light on at this point, because it's just too much white, and that's what I've been talking about before. You can't create light just by pouring on white. That's not how it works. You kind of have to, it's the colors around it and over it that in the end creates the beauty, the colors, and all the nice nuances. The white is just there to enhance the light, not to be used as light itself. In a way, it is the shadows that actually creates the light. So without shadow, it's just be basically white. And yeah, it would be hard to see the different colors in white that didn't, or light that didn't hit anything. So, yeah. Then I have to push it down again. So in a way I'm mixing the colors on the canvas. Then I need more darkness in there. So I'm mixing blue, alizarin, and a little bit of black. And I'm also dragging some of the color I used, put in before, into it. So, yeah. It's a lot of back and forth with these paintings. That's expected, so yeah. This very. You will see when I start molding these things. When I start putting in the blue, I start differentiating the colors a little bit more. Alright, now I just have to get the shapes right. This is still a griselle, or griselle, as they call it. So, yeah. No, that's not like it. Just think how much time it takes to create a painting like this, and you see how I'm painting, how I kind of cross over, how I build slowly. And the thing is that I move stuff around. Start with that crude sketch. I call it a lump of clay, actually. I start with this lump of clay, and then I start working the clay around. So, yeah. Nipples are way too big. And they were also the wrong color. You see, I was actually going to paint there, and I'm painting on the breasts. That's the man in me, I guess. The good boy. The good boy! No. No, I don't sleep with my models. I have slept with some models, but I usually don't sleep with my models. If I ask somebody for a photo shoot, I am very respectful to the model. If she figure out she wants to have what do you call it in Big Bang Theory? Cordis with me, I really need a sign, very obvious sign to cross that threshold. That's a good thing. You shouldn't use your art to try to get some pussy. And the kind of girls that comes up to me, oh, can you paint me? Please, I want to be painted. No, they are usually narcissists. I had some models earlier that I don't know what their motives were to be a model, but I've done so much beautiful photographic artwork and also painting, and they come back like many years, oh, you shouldn't paint me more, or I want you to delete all the pictures. And one of them even wanted me to burn the paintings. Yeah, right. So it's better to get models who are less self-absorbed and a little bit balanced. And as an artist, you should write down a deal, especially if you pay them money, that what I do here will be used in an art setting from now until the day I will die, so you don't get into that trouble. So yeah. I did some beautiful photo shoots in New York of some really nice burlesque performers, and I'm looking forward to starting painting some of this beautiful stuff. Now when my hips are starting to become good, okay, I'm painting on everything that I'm not going to paint on for some reason. I don't know why. Do you see how I cross over all the time? I just kind of build more and more. For every step I take, I see a little bit more. That is why I can't possibly make one painting a week, you know, a day, because I need time to see it all. I need time to build these things. I see there's artists who are specialists in making these quite nice sketches in one go that can pass as finished paintings. But I'm sorry, I just don't find it fascinating. Try to go down to the flowers now and the leaves. This will also be work in progress. I'll just do some points of light and kind of get some of the drawing right here. And there's one up here. And then I go in between and I use the background, the shadows to pull it down again. And after a while I start getting the shapes I'm seeing, and then I start to go even deeper, and that's how I kind of build it all. So look at this, so tiny. Maybe I should put on some. I have some more, a lamp over my head with some more warmth in it. I'm just going to see how it affects the film. It's like this now, almost half an hour. I put this on, and it's more, yeah. I think it became a little bit too yellow. Maybe. Yeah. But then again, I see the warm colors better. I'm gonna put new light things in the roof anyway, because I need to get a better spread of light and also get better light equipment, because it's a strain for my eyes. This with a bad fluorescent light, it can really be also quite difficult for my brain to absorb everything. So, yeah. Now I'm gonna see what I do is I kind of go between. I see, okay, here's one, and there's a thin one going down, and I go in between. And you see now it's kind of using the background and the foreground back and forth. It's so sad that these videos are getting restricted by YouTube and Google, because I'm not really reaching out to the amount of people I would like to. I will not earn any money on this, as I said, except from the people who likes me and becomes my patrons. So I'm counting on you people to put these videos into your playlists, and so people go and see all my other stuff on YouTube. so I can get my views up, my earnings up, and then I will, after a while, start buying better equipment. I could actually want to have some equipment that was linked to the wall that I could just pull out and kind of pull in front of the painting back and forth, maybe hanging in the roof or on the wall or something, some kind of thing I could move around so I didn't have to collide with this fucking stativ all the time. And I could even go back right behind my head without it colliding. So I could do that. If I earn some more money on this, I could start doing stuff like that. And you will get a much closer, more intimate feel to my videos. That would be easier for me to go all the way in. And I also want maybe a better camera or some more lenses so I can actually zoom even more, zoom into real deep detail without having the camera so close to me so it kind of disturbs my work and stuff like that. I mean, I do have a few good years left of painting, and it is something I will do for the rest of my life. It's not something I will stop doing. And I guess the older I get, the more it will become my lifeblood, my link to feeling that life has meaning. I mean, it used to be having sex with girls and training, and now it's more going deep, getting connected with my inner being. If I had found a girlfriend now that I really liked, it would be the perfect time, because I'm kind of ready to give away my freedom to one girl. I wasn't ready before. I had to become over 50. Well, I was ready. I have fallen in love with the girl I fell in love with. It's almost 6 years ago, and I'm still whining about it. And it's hard to let go when you have. She's even married now, so with this also musician. Can't sing, can't play. But I guess he did something right. Maybe she just was needy. Anyway, so I was ready then. I don't know, maybe I would start getting bored after a little while. But you never know. You fall in love and get the girl. Wasn't really what you wanted after all. Isn't that how the song goes? But then again, I haven't been in a long time relationship with a girl that I was really in love with since I was 17 years old. Think about that, 17 years old. I had so much sex with girls, I had so many nice girls in my life, but never with the one I was in love with, because I was scared, because I lost my cool, because I had a bad self-image. And it's so sad to think about it, and I wasted these girls' time too. Anyway, I'm gonna make a portrait of the girl I fell in love with, and I'm gonna talk about not that so much, that thing, but I'm gonna use that as a inspiration to create a video about painting and love, and what love is, and how it was to fall in love, and all the heartache and everything. I think it's going to be quite interesting. I think it's going to be my farewell to that thing about that girl. Maybe I just move on. Would be nice. I have moved on. But also, not really. There was somebody who said that. I saw this TED talk and she was talking about losing people who died. And actually losing somebody you are in love with feels like death. It feels like the worst loss ever. Ever, ever, ever. And people say, oh, you should just walk away, put it behind you, all that. And I would have said that before, actually. I remember a friend of mine in Stavanger when I went to art school. Sadly, we're also not friends anymore. Well, probably a good thing. Anyway, I was more naive. I just started art school. And this guy had hooked up with the worst narcissist girl in that art school, and he was so in love with this girl, and she was so promiscuous. And he had one date with her, asked her out to dinner, all the candles, all that stuff, and they had sex, and he was so happy. And he became needy, and she didn't want him anymore. And he just broke down. And I just said, I hadn't been, and I was like 22 or 23 then. And I just said, fuck it, there's enough girls in the world. Because I had become like that, after that first girlfriend that I was really in love with, we broke up when I was 17, I hadn't had that feeling for anyone that I was in a relationship with. That deep feeling. I loved them in a way, or not loved them, but I liked them, but I wasn't in love with them. Just there in a way. And I was so ignorant, I just blew him off. There's enough girls in the world, you just fuck this, I was so dismissive. Get over it, And now I just understands on a deep and intense level how it was for him. So strange how table turns in a way. As we learn to know it in ourselves, things tend to, the way we view the world tend to change dramatically. I got to know this very sweet Iraqi girl a while ago. And she just disappeared. She was afraid she was going to get killed because she didn't want to go into a forceful marriage and stuff. And she told me she was scared. And she started to get scared being in touch with me also. And then she just vanished from all the social media platforms and YouTube and everything. I just wonder so much what happened to her. So Sandra, if you're listening to this video, it would be nice to know that you're not dead. So, yeah. She loved painting, and I really got to know her. So, it's a shame that kind of cultural barriers and restrictions in traveling because of terrorism and immigration policies and stuff like that actually stops people from... Actually, the problem were basically for her in Iraq, because she had to have permission from her family to travel alone, and I guess she couldn't have gotten that anyway. But I think about her. Did they kill her? Did she die? Or did she have to get married? I would like to know that. Must be hard for a girl living in a country like that and not being able to choose their own destiny. So sad. Yeah. Anyway, since I'm not going to earn any money on this anyway, I can talk about whatever I want to. When I get into that flow and I start thinking, this is kind of what I do when I paint, when I'm silent. I'm thinking all the time in that flow, and the thoughts are just kind of flowing away into different topics, and it's the best company you can have when it comes to painting. It's the most beautiful thing about painting, is that intense. Okay. Yeah. I get this frequent question about which colors I use when I paint a face, and I thought I'm just gonna show you a little bit with this and explain a little bit with this tiny painting. First of all, I have to build, this is just a rough sketch, but first of all I start to build the griselle, as they call it, but I use color when I do, and then I have to start building all the different shadows and stuff, and I'm going to show you my palette. I'm just going to paint a little bit now. Then I'm going to show you my palette while I'm painting, and then back to the face, and maybe back to the palette again. And a face doesn't have one... skin doesn't have... There is no skin tone color. You have to use the same rules as in nature. When light hit the skin, usually the lighter parts are in the reddish or orange, and as the shadows, as you go down to the shadows, you got the blue, and you got the deeper into the shadow you get maybe green, and you get the yellows, and you get everything, and the colors that I actually prefer to use is, among others, French ultramarine, it is cobalt blue, and I use a color called, to break up the, like in here, it is quite bluish and yellow. It has kind of a depth there. I'm going to talk more about the colors when I show you my palette. And then I go for the more green, but I cannot mix. I both mix my colors on the canvas and a little bit on the palette. It depends what I'm doing. If it's a big rough sketch or a landscape or something like that, I actually blend most of the colors on the canvas. If you're doing more detailed work, you have to do some of the blending on the palette, but also on also on the canvas here. What I do, I try to keep the colors clean. It's very important to me to keep the colors clean. Two colors that create a very nice bluish or violet blue, and then you can add some cadmium green and the cadmium yellow into it, and some white maybe, and you start to get this more deeper greenish reddish thing. I'm gonna just push it down here a bit because there's a shadow going in there. Now in there now I'm going to use my Kaplak or the Alsarin and some cobalt blue. I can also see there are some greenish in there, and what I need then is actually my Naples yellow. Naples yellow is nice because it's kind of a broken, quite broken, yellowish kind of color that is good to tone down. There is a nice, it's a nice green if you put some blue into it. If you put some red into it, it goes through to the reddish scale. And I just keep on kind of molding. I see there's some more blue in there. I remember this is just the beginning of the sketch. There's a lot of work to do here. But I thought I was just going to talk a little bit about what I actually do. It's also, remember, in the brightest, where the sun hits or the light hits, you get the warmest. That is also because it's the part of the where the light hits first is usually on the highest levels, and that's why you get shadows. Actually, if the sun hit here, maybe there would be a shadow there and light on this side. So you just have to try to notice where the light hits, and well, as I say, in the brightest you have the warmest colors. Well, that's my experience anyway, that's where all the warmth is, and you just keep building on that notion. Now this girl has very nice cheekbones, and there's a lot happening here that will later explain her face. I'm actually making a full tutorial of this painting, so you will get to see the result when it's done. This part of the video will not be in that one. This is just for this segment about painting a face. Maybe I should try to focus a little bit on my palette now when I paint, so you can actually see what I'm doing. Actually, it's very liberating for me to work this small, because usually I do a lot of huge stuff, and it tend to take me a while. It's all the small things, like she has a shadow here. So what color is in the shadow? That is how you have to think. If you see here or here, you can see there's reddish, and then it goes down into the green, and then the shadow is falling on something that is reddish in here, or orange, and the shadow is actually a little bit violet. And that is because in violet there is some red, which then becomes a complementary contrast to the greenish that is in her nostrils, if you get my point here. So after a while, when you think like that and you keep building, you will actually see these things. It's a very tiny painting, this, so it is nothing to fuck it up, you know. It's like, wow. You touch it and then boom, you change the whole thing. And then the good thing then is that I can go in with clean color and I can kind of pull it up again and then push it down, up and down, up and down, up and down. Nostrils inside here. There's a lot of stuff I have to correct, I see that, and also this camera gives it a kind of a wrong perspective. I would like to buy myself some equipment so I could have the camera like here, but not come into conflict with the staffeli that I'm using. So just see if I can find money to do that soon, so I can make better videos for you. And that will, of course, means that you have to become my patrons, so I can better myself in my video production. It's all up to you. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna fill my palette for a while and then go back to the face, so you see what I'm doing on the palette, so I can explain to you which colors I use. Okay. Okay, here we are, the palette. You see I'm using a smaller palette now to do this. Also use this small, beautiful brushes from Da Vinci. It is a pig's hair. I like that because it gives a very nice texture. But I also like these synthetic ones, also from, I think it's also from Da Vinci. I use basically Da Vinci these days for some reason. I kind of found that. Now you have this one, it comes in packages. I wish I could buy them loose because I spend many of these. Anyway, what I was talking about, this is, what it's called, it's a Brilliant Gel Reddish, Brilliant Gel Reddish, and that is a Brilliant Gel Light, Yellow Light, Brilliant Gel Yellow Light, and that is Naples Yellow Light, and that is Naples Yellow, that's Cadmium Yellow, that is a Cadmium Yellow Lemon, kind of cadmium, and that's Cadmium Lemon, Cadmium, Cadmium Dark or whatever, and that is Cadmium Orange, Vermilion, and you have Cadmium Red, and you have the Alzarine I'm talking about. This is a Prussian Blue, Cobalt Blue, and French Ultramarine. That is burnt umber, raw umber, Van Dyke Brown, and burnt sienna. And no, that was burnt sienna and burnt raw sienna. This is burnt umber, and this is raw umber and black. Okay, it's ivory black. It's all Old Holland. I really like Old Holland. They have a thickness to it. When you kind of drag you can see when I like the fact that when you take some yellow and you put into the red, actually when you use these bristle pencils, you kind of becomes a micro impressionist thing, because you're not actually mixing the colors together. You're kind of just putting them on top of each other or inside, like in the stripes and stuff. So that's what I do. Right now I'm not going to use this one. I'm going to use the synthetic one that I was using. I hate when the bristle starts to, yeah, be ruined. But anyway, so what I do, skin highlight. I might use some vermilion or some of this, and I just do like this. First, maybe I want to put in some yellow to get it a little bit orange, and then I put it on the canvas in the light area. I might put in some highlight, because over time, despite that I'm gonna paint over and over this many times, I put in highlights again and again, and when I do the glaze and I start over again, this texture starts to create the sculptural effect that I'm after. Now I want to go a little bit deeper, so I take the alizarin and the Naples yellow, which creates some kind of a broken orange type of and I just find where that, and then I can take some blue and I can put into it, and I can get towards the blue, and I can take even more blue as I want to go deeper into the shadows. But it keeps that kind of greenish type of feel to it. So yeah, you see I do like this. Usually I don't mix so much, as you can see, I don't mix so much medium into the I do like this, and then I take the color. So I'm actually painting quite dry. If you paint too wet, it's going to become very oily, and it's going to be kind of hard to deal with. What I've been noticing during the years I've been painting is that the oil is going to get into the paint anyway, because you keep repeating the same patterns, and every time you stick in here, do like that, you get some of the oil into there, you clean it, and you take new color. And also, you don't want to, I'm going to do some reddish stuff here. Yeah, that was a little bit too much, so I go back here and I pick up this, and then I go back to it, and that's how I do. I kind of tone stuff down. I go back and forth until I basically find the right hue and the right color as I paint. Yeah, that's what I do. Now this is very small, very fun. Yeah. Now I'm not using so much of these colors while I'm painting now. I'm staying on the light side, or the more the light colors. You see, I'm using basically the color circle. Remember, there's something that is very important. If you take blue, you take this, you get green, okay? And the more blue you add, the more green you get. If you this one, it gets quite dark. Then again, if you take the Prussian blue, which is the strongest one, it's like, whoa, you can't get it off if you get it on close. It becomes very vivid. So there's a big difference between the different colors. And but if you want the shadow to the green, you know what you're going to do to get the shadow to the green? And this is what happens in nature with all complementary colors. If I now take, okay, let me take cadmium red, and I go in with this broken green, and I do like, oh sorry, that was too much. I do like this, then I get the shadow color to the green. And then I can vary it. If I want to have more against the yellow, this will of course change accordingly, because you kind of, the mixing is about 1/3. If you have green, you put in like 1/3 red, 2/3 red, and then you get the shadow color. And this is happening all over nature. The shadows in a cloud is basically, this is what's happening in the light in the cloud. You have the red, and you have some kind of variation of orange with a lot of light. And that's why if you really look at a cloud, you will actually notice that the light areas are always in the complementary spectrum. They're clean colors, usually clean like orange, yellow, reddish and stuff, but not all reddish or all green, all yellow or all, yeah. But to get the shadow color of what's in the hair, you have to go down to, say that this is orange, and orange is complementary to, what is it? Complementary to blue and orange. So to get the shadow color, you need to mix some orange and some blue. So they say, people think it's gray, but it's not gray. It depends exactly what kind. But this will be, when you make a cloud, this will be the shadow color. Since this is a pure color, if it's a pure orange, you can use pure blue, and it mixes in with the orange in the white. So you get a broken yellow, not broken blue, that actually is the shadow color. And the deeper you get, the more you add. And if you want to go real deep, you really need to put in some. So this is how the spectre works. And this is how I'm using my palette. When I'm not talking, I can do this mindlessly. If you say, I'm not actually thinking about what I'm doing, because I've been doing it for so long. So it's just an automatic thing for me. And that is also how you create skin. You do it as it should be anything. It doesn't matter if it's a face, if it's skin, or if it's a cloud, or it's a sea, or anything. It's the same rules. It's the complementary colors, and the shadows are made by the broken complementary colors, which are broken with the complementary color of, yeah, you know what I mean. I've been discussing this now. Sorry, my French. It's kind of hard for me to explain this good enough, but I hope you get something out of it. Anyway, if you want a surface or painting to live, you have to paint as nature does, and nature only paints with pure color. There is no black, there is no gray, whatever that is. I have no idea what gray is. Oh, it's so, that cloud is gray. No, it isn't gray. It's a mix between the complementary colors and the tertiaire, or the third colors, the mixture of what's underneath and what's in the light. And this goes again in this phase, and it is what is happening in everything in nature. And the day you see that, the day you see the cloud, the colors, you look out up to the sky and you see the colors. I'm not talking about the night sky, because that is easy, okay? But the day sky, when you actually, most people think the clouds are just white. And that is why they are painting them white when they are amateurs, because they don't know all the colors that are in this white. Yes, to make something live, you have to work on the same premise as nature. So, yeah. I'm also going to do a quite big garden painting soon. It's a lot of flowers, there's a lot of colors. And then I'm going to work impressionist, and I'm going to also focus on the palette then. So you can actually get a feel to how I'm using the palette when it's a big palette and I'm just mixing the colors faster. So yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit more on the face so you can see. And yeah, hope this is helpful. As I say, there are no such thing as a skin color. Everyone who tries to sell you a skin color, that's bullshit. It doesn't exist. So we are back to the face thing. And I'm gonna, this video is not gonna be that long. But now you see, I showed you how I use that palette. You know, it's maybe more helpful for people to see some shorter videos. You know, she has a lot of jewelry. Everything, all of this I will paint into this painting. So again, shadows, greenish blue. The light areas, the warm colors. Black in this isn't necessarily useful, actually, but it's nice to have it there, because if you use black, you have to know how to use it. If you overuse black, you will kill everything. I know actually quite good painters who are killing everything with their overuse of black, and it just becomes stiff, unnatural, and dead, because all the colors are just dying, and that is just sad. So be careful with the use of black. It is like this. I heard about Rembrandt once, and well, not once, but many times, and they say he only used black in the depth of the eyes. I don't know if that is true, but to create that deep, extremely deep infinity look in the eyes, he actually used black there. And of course, if you didn't use black anywhere else on the canvas, the eyes would actually feel like a hole, a deep hole that would just fall and fall and fall into it. So yeah, I'm sorry I'm not getting done much sculpturing here, but the video isn't about that. And here you see underneath here, the light from here will always go up here, and it can explain the cheek underneath there. Now I have a job to do with the cheek and the face and everything, but I see that I'm always scared of touching it because it's so small, so tiny. And I kind of like the sketch, so, but I know I have to kill it so many times to get to the point where I want, because I want it to look like her. I want it to be like this, at least as close as I can. You also have to remember, I'm not a photorealist painter. I'm not that good, and I'm not that good technically. I'm not a technical painter. I'm more a painter's painter. So I just try my best. I didn't go to any school. I didn't learn how to paint. I went to an art school actually, but you didn't learn how to paint. Actually, and the only thing they wanted me to do there was actually not paint and do more conceptual art and stuff. But I already had decided to be a painter because I had this teacher in a drawing school, a one-year drawing school, and she made me fall in love with paint and the classics and Munch, especially Syk Pike or Sick Girl. Actually, I want to do a copy of that one, or rendition, or I'm also going to do some other ones of my favorites to my next exhibition that will be called The Art of Painting, I hope. So I want to do some copying of, or my version of, one of the greatest paintings I know, which is of course The Art of Painting of Vermeer, The Night Watch of Rembrandt. It's a huge painting in reality, so I can't paint it the same way. I'm also wondering if I'm gonna do Sick Child of Edvard Munch, because that is also one of my total favorites. So just see what happens. Now my hips are doing well after the first operation. I started to get my energy back because I'm not in constant pain. And when I get the second one done, I will probably feel like I'm 20 again. There is so much happening in her hair in this. There's so much happening. I can just keep working. And when I put on my music, because when I'm talking to you, it's actually quite hard to get into that flow. But when I put on music and I just go into my zone, oh, it is just the best thing I can do. I mean, if I should picture myself in afterlife, it has to be in being in that constant flow, that being and not being, this constant beautiful flow with the dopamine are in balance. You are not high, but you are high. You are not too active, but you are really active on the right levels, on the right, yeah. So, okay, that was a digression. But if there should be any reason for me to paint at all, it is reaching that beautiful feeling that just gives me a sense of purpose in life and everything. 42. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. You see, I have to do a lot of stuff on the nose and everything, but I will film when I do it in the video that will show you the whole painting process. So stay tuned. It will be out in not too far, I guess. I also doing a lot of other videos, so remember to put the notification bell on and help me spread my art. Well, you see, I have to... Oh, now I'm getting into that. Ooh. Anyway, I'm going to stop now because I think I have explained what I wanted to explain, and I hope you get something out of it. And I see you later. Okay. Just try to do some work on the face. The most difficult part, always. So, see what happens. Do some lights here. This one is important. I tend to give the wrong kind of shape because the brain seems to go for symbols all the time. Yeah. The brain is just this very strange thing. Keep on tricking us. You know, you see how much time a painting like this can actually take when you see how one has to go in with brush strokes like this. See, I put on these, try to put in the greens and the blue and all these colors that you find in the rainbow, you will find in the face. And you just have to teach your brain how to see what color is it in the shadow. What is it really? Not like what does the brain trick you to believe that it is, but what is it really? That is what is important. Yeah. Now, there is a very sweet shadow, and that's funny because that shadow that kind of falls here is in the red, but of course that is logic because it actually is in a spot where the other things are quite greenish and bluish, so of course that shadow will have some reddish glow to it. You see, I don't know if actually my camera is catching that. I do think when I'm finished with a few paintings, I'm going to revalue the whole light situation in my studio, because I can see that my camera has problems picking up my colors, and that means that a lot of my videos actually don't tell the full story, and I can't have that. It doesn't give my paintings any credit. It kind of disappears. I also work with impressionist color, and the digital camera has always had problems interpreting what kind of colors I use, because a digital camera is interpreting everything. And actually it's a small brain that tries to find balance in the colors. If you have a one of these old cameras, also with film. It is what it is. It's not any interpretation other than what is potentially is in the film. So yeah, I'm gonna really fight with this one, but I'm gonna make it happen at some point. I don't want it to be cartoonish. I want it to be fluid and kind of real. I've noticed that some of the small paintings of people like Varnish and the classics are kind of, some of them are kind of cartoonish in the figures, and I want to try to avoid that. I want to try to get it to become more realistic. And I'm also looking forward to making, oh, there's so much I'm going to do. So much life to live. Such a zestful life. Life. And I can feel how my strength is coming back now when some of the pain is gone. And yeah, I know I talk a lot about that. I'm sorry, but it kind of means a lot to me. So anyway, back to painting. Yeah. If I died now, I would actually feel cheated because I feel I just got my trousers off. So you finished? I'm just starting. That's actually a quote from my hero Christopher Hitchens in a debate about religion or something like that. And they've been debating, and suddenly the moderator cuts it off and says, well, now the debate is over. And he says, well, what? I just got my trousers. He's such a funny guy. Sad to think of him as in post tense, actually. Especially now in the media breakdown and Trump time. He would have had the honesty to be balanced, and I miss him. Christopher Hitchens. I have a portrait that I'm doing of him. I just need to start working on it to finish these things now, because it's such a long time since I did anything that I feel is very important. So I think I can manage to I think I'm going to be able to put in at least 12 hours a day. No, 10 hours a day. If I focus my time, which has been my problem all the whole thing, I think I'm going to be able to do that, because during the week I only need to kind of go to the gym for a little while, or maybe I short the days I'm not exercising. I go to the gym, I can go and have a coffee in a cafe and relax a little bit, write a little bit and stuff, and then just paint. I know, and that's a very important thing, to focus my time, and so that is my big nemesis, actually, having a brain that is a typical ADHD type of brain, which is so easily disturbed and stuff, so yeah. But I'm gonna go back into it and fix it. Kind of starts to become her face. I have to do something with the cheek. I have to do a lot of stuff with a lot of things. So. It is so nice when I get some nice comments on YouTube that people actually learn from my paintings. It is an honor in a way to be a part of something positive, something that gives people some inspiration. It's funny. It's kind of a gift from the world. Let's see, it's darker there. I shouldn't be too hung up in the face now because there's a lot of things I have to do around here. I should just kind of try to get the basics in so I don't do any huge mistakes. It's better to just put it on some red and then tone it down on the canvas after that. And it's kind of the way I feel kind of liberated, kind of, I hate that. I feel that it's it's quite liberating to have kind of figured out everything myself. Because, and that's the best thing you can learn. Don't, okay, of course you have to learn from someone. You can't start on scratch, or you basically do because you are born into the world with a potential, but don't expect other people to solve all your problems. The thing is that if you just keep painting and you are an honest person, you are open to, you're not a narcissist, you're just open to having objective standards, to like looking at the best paintings in the world, and you just hold yourself accountable in relation to an objective standard. And as you evolve your painting skills, or you're able to see, you will start becoming honest and very self-critical, and you will start evolving naturally. I had a time when I was like in my 20s, when I started in the beginning, where I couldn't actually see. I wasn't able to see how bad it was, because I came from being a welder in a shipyard to start this, and I was just convinced that it was not that I was such a art geek or had been painting so much, and I just fell in love with the feeling of it, and the calm and the achievements, and challenges and everything. And but in the beginning I was totally naive and I actually thought that my stuff was good. And it wasn't. It was actually quite horrible. And there are situations when I look back at me coming into to the classroom in drawing school. I was drawing like a 11-year-old, 12-year-old, 10-year-old. And I threw this drawing on this painting, kind of gouache painting. I had this home, what do we call it, lesson? Oh, I have to make some, And I threw it on the floor where all the other stuff was, and I was so proud of myself. It was so bad. I mean, even my mother and I showed it to my mother and father, I remember, and they kind of cringed. And I didn't see it at all. I had no introspection at all. I've always been a pretty kind person. And I thank my parents for that. But I was totally unable to see how bad it was. And as I got better, I started to become more and more self-critical, and as my introspection and stuff started to evolve, I became more and more critical, and to a point actually where for 10 years I didn't seek any galleries because I didn't think I was good enough. I was never good enough. I went from being best in my head not to be good enough at all. So I call it it's kind of my personality disorder. I'm never good enough. And I think it's a better work tool or hypothesis than to think you're the fucking master of the universe. It's not good at all. And there's a lot of people in art who are childlike when it comes to introspection. So I'm glad I'm from that. So become an honest person, have objective standards, and try to do the best you can. Yeah, okay. So, see you later, alligator. So, yeah, I'm just working around different spots on it. There are some leaves in the background. I have them in many of my art photo, which I'm gonna paint. I used to have the models basically at the same spot in my former studio. So, yeah. You see down here, just gonna put in some. This is also this kind of stuff I'm keep moving around. There's a spike there, it goes into the wall. I actually brought it with me, I took it off the wall. I was actually supposed to hang it up on the wall here, just for fun. Never got that far, but I might. You see, also we'll probably move around the arm and the body, so I will keep moving stuff around. So now not necessary to get it 100% right because it's too much gonna do here anyway. It's just to get an impression of it. See, it's nice to have something like that in the background because it's a reference point. I see now that I should probably, yeah, it's too big, so I just have to redo the whole thing. Just need some white. Now, yeah. Anyway, it's no sweat. Because this one is going to be closer here, might be able to, no, it's too big. That is the kind of stuff you start seeing, the closer the more you work on it. Even this one was too thick. There is kind of a wooden thing in the wall there, with white paint on it. I'm gonna show you what I mean. But it was thinner. So, like this, I can actually keep the other thing. So do like this. And yeah, I can see what I did wrong. I didn't concentrate. It's very important to concentrate. You might ask, why the hell do you bother moving that? Nobody would see it anyway. But that is the point of being an idealist. I can see it. And it also kind of ruins the subtlety of the composition. Because it becomes too noisy. The background there is not supposed to be, it's not supposed to take over. It's just gonna, this little nail, it goes into a wall here. I have to see it compared to the shoulder, which will be around here. Or the hair is also too thick, I see now. So I'll just move that a little bit. It's a little bit more curly. You see, I can actually go down like this, and in a way, and I can do like this, and in a way doing that gives the hair, gives me kind of a easy task to get that hair feeling, because now I can scrape out the hair from the new light parts I'm putting in. Okay, I can just use, yeah, you know what I mean. Okay. So, sadly I have to do like this. And I want to see where, almost basically here. And the nail is like here. A little bit over. Nah. So this. Well. No wonder these things drive me crazy. But it's also the fun thing to do. Now here, it goes in there. Now this comes out, and it goes down here. I mean, I have to do some adjustments on it, the thickness and stuff. But despite that, seem to be more on the right spot. And just want to mark this. That it's kind of I hate that. I say it all the time. What? Now, there's some stuff here. And we have this one. And this one. Now you see it's more in the background. More calm down. And that's the top of the nail. Need to get my eyes checked. My grandmother, on my mother's side, had this eye condition where you gradually lose your eyesight. What was it called again? Digression or something. Well, she became 100, so the women in my family, on my mother's side, becomes very old. Luckily, I have a lot from my mother, so I hope I have that longevity gene, so I can be around when they stop the aging process and give me the possibility to work for another 1,000 years, so I can get all my shit done before I leave. You know that? It's funny. If you could stop the aging process and you could only die in accidents, it would take you, if you had 100 people, the last one would die in an accident after 48,000 years. 48,000 years until you get this piano on top of your head in the middle of Sahara. The first one would die after 8,000 years. But I guess if you're lucky, we'll double it, triple it. So eventually you would leave. That must be quite neurotic. You would actually know that some dramatic event would take you down. Or it doesn't have to be dramatic. It can be that you walk under a wrong building and you get this brick falling on your head. I mean, it happens to people all the time. Or the lightning hits you, or some freak accident like that. So, yeah. Anyway, it's early in the morning. I want to see Game of Thrones, episode 5. I love that show. It said it's going to end soon. And I just wondered who got killed today. So I'm going to have some food and watch Game of Thrones. And try to get up in the morning. Not in the morning, but like get up so I get the day, a good day. What the fuck am I doing? What are you doing? It's very difficult. Too green. It's quite limited, my use of, I only use pencils now. I used to use a broader spectrum. Maybe I'm getting old. Ooh. I should start using more these. Don't remember what it's called in English right now. Maybe that's a little bit too broad. This should be like this, maybe. Anyway, what's going to be difficult is the hands and the flower. It's going to be a challenge. And the face and the whole thing, actually. Just going to put in some yellow. Some thick color, and I'm going to let it dry for a few days and then go back on it, because I feel I've reached a limit to how much paint I can put on it now in this more drier state. Just needed to dry so I can go over it again without the colors getting dirtied up and stuff. Yeah, just gonna do that, and until next time, stay cool. So, another day, another layer. As you will see, I will now go over it with a Lazur glaze with my medium, which is 70% turpentine, turp, and 30% linseed oil. And I just do a wash, as you see me do before, to bring out some textures and give it some life before I start painting on top of it again. You must have seen me do this before if you're regular, if you're watching my videos. Anyway. Oh God, sounds too red. Yeah, it doesn't really matter because I just mix more colors into it anyway. It's not that easy to see many times because my palette is quite full of paint. I like what happens to the I can actually see the textures when I do this, and I can see them of course before I do it too, but it gives me this new start every time I do it. It's like adding some dimension to it. I know people, I talk about glazing, people ask me how I glaze. I don't really glaze like traditionally, very concentrated. Maybe at the end I do some touch-ups with some glazing. Oh, my electricity went out. That was fun. Yeah, so that's what I do. Okay, I'm gonna turn it back on the electricity and come back to the scraping process here. Okay, electricity is back. Yeah, I don't like the colors to be too warm. So you see how I do here? I just scrape it down again to take some of the excess oil of it. It's not so much all excess medium, so it kind of falls into all the cracks. And yeah. And then I start pulling up the light again. And that's the whole thing. So that's what I'm gonna start up there with this smaller palette. I'm gonna zoom a little bit so you can see what I'm doing. Maybe like this. I have the photograph beside it, so I have. You cannot, of course, when you look at the photograph like this, one tend to get a different perspective. So it can actually be a good thing to have a photograph here, so you actually look at that way, because if not, you have to do like this, and we're going to start fucking up the perspective in painting if you don't think about it. Anyway, because everything, when you, it's like when I'm filming, I can't film straight in, so when I film like this, it always kind of twists a little bit, which I find quite annoying actually. Glasses. Yeah. Wow. It's funny how I see the textures now when I put on my glasses. It's unbelievable. It's like manufacturing glass. It's just +1, so it's not that I'm blind or anything. I just starting to become a little bit long-sighted, as it's called in Norway. So when I stand up here, if I don't use my glasses, it's actually quite clear. It's not much, but slowly. I'm just 51 for fuck's sake. How will this go when I get older? It's gonna maybe impair my painting. But then again, you have modern surgery and technology and medicine and stuff. Anyway, see how I start to build again? And now the color I put into it actually starts to mix with the color I put on. And it's in a way a freebie also, because the paint I put on also works as a kind of a shadow, damps it down, pushes it down, so it's easier for me to see where I'm going. Yeah. I have no idea. I haven't seen anyone do it this way. It's just something I figured out myself and I like to do. And you can try it out if you like. As I was talking to my father on the phone, my mother, my overprotective mother, she always tells me that you're giving away stuff for free and teaching people for free and stuff. But the point is that no one can learn how to paint from me. You have to paint to learn how to paint. It's like I can't theoretically teach you how to play the piano. Well, I can't even play the piano, but you know what I mean. You have to do it yourself to play the piano. Actually, I want to buy myself a piano, and so playing the piano, that's another discussion. I have enough on my plate right now anyway. But the point is that I tried to explain that the only thing I can do is to make them come to it faster if they do the work. But you won't become a painter unless you paint. So, yeah. And also, I went to an art school, and I went to a kind of a drawing school, just starter's course for a year after I was a welder. But I didn't really, nobody did teach me anything, how to put shadows on or anything. I got these things I had to do as homework or I had to do in school, and I just teach myself how to do it by doing all the mistakes. And some of the mistakes were maybe, what do you call it, exacerbated. Well, was made worse actually because of some of the treatment I got in art school, because I very early decided to become a figurative painter long before I was able to paint good actually, or paint anything that could actually show that I had a potential to become a painter. Because I wasn't in art school. In Norway we had this debate for many years of what is art, and figurative art has been very, very looked down on by the establishment for some reason. Maybe it's a competition, maybe it's political correctness, it's hard to know. And therefore you didn't get any help really. So I learned by my mistakes, but the few things that I could have picked up was like the pencils. I remember one of my teachers told me I should use pencils like this, like the pig here pencils, to get more textures into my paintings. But it took me 10 years maybe to realize that I was going to use them, because I'm a very stubborn person, and if people back then especially told me what to do without giving me a good reason, and also had a history of basically looking down on you, you won't listen anymore. So I didn't pick up that. I had to learn it for myself. I had to stumble on it by accident in a way, and I realized, wow, I should have done that much later, and much earlier, because I could have jumped over so many hurdles. And that is why, if you're the type of painter who wants all your paintings to be smooth, and you use all these synthetic things, and there is no texture, there is no power in the brushwork and stuff, you're not really a painter. You are more like a what do you call it, illustrator. You're trying to create motifs, not paintings. So use a diverse amount of different brushes, and think of painting as paint. That is what painting is. It is about paint. It's not about the motif. The motif is just there as an excuse to paint. And I think it's very important. I didn't understand that at all in the beginning. I didn't get it, you know. I was so naive back then. I was in the beginning of my 20s, and I was just basically a young and naive art student with big dreams and stuff. So, but I didn't know what the hell I went into. I think if I actually could go back and I knew what I was going into, I'm not even sure I would have told myself to do it, because it is a lonely thing. You are basically, well, you're on your own master. That's very nice. You can spend your time as you please. If you earn the money, of course. You need money to create art, as one should know. But it is also stressful. There are good times and there are bad times. But the life you live is, I don't know if I would recommend it for anyone. Because it's quite hard, actually. Isn't it? Quite hard, it's stressful. But it's also beautiful, because you can actually do stuff that you burn for, as they say. You see now, it's hard to concentrate about this when I'm talking. I'm going to try to put in some. So I don't know. Maybe I would tell myself to do it. I think I would have told myself all the different things that I shouldn't do, like start partying too much for a period, a few years, where too much partying, which ruined a lot of progress. It was like once or twice a week partying, and if you do paintings like this, you can't be hungover. It just doesn't. I told my father today, actually, that I probably were hungover for 15 years. So, was it alcoholism? Well, I didn't drink in the mornings. I didn't, I didn't drink the day after, because I always hated that feeling, and I wanted to get it out of my body as quick as possible. And then I overtrained, actually, went to the gym or taekwondo and trained like crazy, like punishing myself for being a bad boy. And I guess that's also what's contributed to my hips giving in, because the combination of stress, being hungover, too much sugar, and which is of course in the alcohol, and the inflammation you get from drinking, it contributed also to my hips breaking down. So as I told people now, my friends, from now on, I'm gonna train or exercise smart. I'm gonna use my money smart. I'm gonna drink smart. I'm gonna fuck smart. And I'm gonna do things the smart way, so I get the most out of my life, the one I have left, because I have so much to do. So Yeah. Now I drink maybe a bottle of wine a month, so of course I drink the whole bottle in one sitting because it makes me really high, because I'm kind of hyperactive and I respond very well to alcohol. My daughter actually is the same type. My mom also reacts to alcohol very strongly. Starts giggling after the first glass and just high, you know. And I guess that comes with a kind of a little bit bipolar, ADHD brain, very sensitive brain, and we have to be careful so we don't fuck up totally. Well, this was one of my rants on painting. I'm sorry for not being able to stay on topic. I'm trying to, you know, painting isn't just about painting. It's a way of thinking. It's a way of being. It's a way of how you focus. And like when people ask me if I can teach them how to paint, and I say, well, are you willing to do? Are you willing to do all the work? And that is what is important. Not that I can teach them something. Are they willing to do the work? That is the only thing that is important. Yeah. Yay. Maybe I should do something with the face. There's a lot of flowers on here. I'm trying to work myself down on the body first. Now I'm going into that part where I will start adding more detail and adding the right colors and shadows. I want the breasts to be round as they are in the photo. And that is what's time consuming when you get into that deeper thing. So I want to start doing a lot of smaller paintings like this. Also gonna start doing a lot of new big ones, and I want to actually make one small version of them and one drawing, and maybe some studies and stuff, so I can also push myself on many different levels. For the economy itself, I want to start doing lithography, and I can also use them as giveaways on PATRON. When people have donated a certain sum of money, they can get a print sent to them, or they can wait about it. If you're a patron and you want to save up to one of my paintings, there is a deal there if you go into PATRON and see, because if you can't afford buying one, you can actually save up to one, because all your donations will go to, I will pull that off the price of a painting. So if you stay long enough, or you donate a sum that you are reaching that level of paying in, I will actually communicate with you and paint you a small painting. That will be a still life, or even a landscape or something. Even from where you live, I can paint something, a landscape or something like that. Usually it would be still life, like the ones I give away on PATRON. So, yeah. Anyway, she also has some jewelry around her neck, but I will do that later and do with a small pencil, because that is kind of the kind of detail work that you really need time, and you need to get everything else in place before you start doing that, so you don't screw it up. And because you don't want to paint in a lot of details and then you realize that the neck is too long or too short or something like that, and you have to do it all over again. You want it to be almost finished when you start adding stuff like that. See. My videos always become so long, don't they? Should try to stay on topic. I guess one of the reasons why I start talking so much is that I spend so much time alone in my studio that when I start talking to the camera, it's actually like having some company, and I just start ranting about all the stuff I think about. I'm still building Gazelle here, actually, because you see that I keep moving stuff, I keep adding colors, and then I go back and I add more, straighten it up. I lost some of the potency here because I put on too much color, but then again, even the nipples, everything will be there when I'm done with this, so yeah. And it's a commission work, and the customer is waiting for it, and I really need to get it finished, but it will take time. So, actually I want to paint it big, so maybe I do that later. But I also have one photo where she the same photo, but she looks out, so I might use that for a bigger one. But then again, I have hundreds and thousands of nice photographs I could actually paint. So yeah, there was this gallerist that actually was two gallerists actually that was interested in my photo work. So maybe one day when I get more. Get a little bit more on top of everything. I have some bigger exhibitions again. I can actually start framing some of my very nice photo work taken with an RC 6-7 camera with tungsten film. They have this beautiful feel to them. Yeah. It would be a shame to let all that artwork not be seen. What I really need now is a gallerist in New York or London or some bigger cities that can actually start working for me. Yeah. So I'm gonna start looking for that more actively. The last 2 years has been pain hell with the arthritis, but the pain in my left foot now is gone, and I'm gonna do my right foot in a month or two. So then I will be relatively pain-free and I can start kicking and screaming and dancing and fucking and painting again like I used to do. Or having sex. No, sex is not that important anymore. It's kind of... I had my share, as they say. So I'm a little bit more picky now. And since I'm older, you know, funny, I'm older and I'm more picky. That is a contradiction. Because it should be the other way around. It's harder for me now to get the girls, especially since I go for girls that are a few years younger than me. But then you get more picky when it's actually more difficult to get the girls. So it's quite funny, really. As my mom says, every time a girl comes into my life, my career gets stuck. So. And I don't want any more mistresses because it just ends up with tragedy. I don't fall in love, they fall in love, and there's just a mess. And I don't want to do that anymore. And when I fall in love, I kind of just become weak and wimp and emotional. And, I don't get it. So I'm kind of stuck, I think. Stuck with the painting. Stuck with life. And I have my beautiful daughter to take care of. My career and everything, so I'm quite content actually. I don't miss much. What I miss is, or missed when I was in pain, was actually the long hours where I could stand for maybe 16 hours and just paint and paint and paint. It's like a dance on the dance floor. And when the pain started to set in, just standing around for 2 or 3 hours became really difficult because I stiffened up like crazy when I'm standing. So, yeah. But now, I'm getting better. Tomorrow I'm actually gonna start doing some of the boxing with my taekwondo master to get my stomach trained properly, and looking forward to it actually. So, yeah, okay, do some of the on the face. Yeah, okay. Okay, so do some face. Be careful. Ah, my glasses. So, here we are. Let's see. So much detail. I think I want to start there. Use some synthetic pencil now. I want to. So the lightest area is here, and her nose has a highlight. And here, and here, and here, and cheek there, there. It's funny how the brain can actually see these things. Think about the apes, how far we have come from our ancestors. Just because of a bigger brain. Evolution gave us a bigger brain, and now we are making art and copying the world around us. It's crazy. We are the way, a way for the universe to know itself, as Carl Sagan did say. It's a beautiful thing. True star stuff, elements created in stars. True evolution, we became us. And I have wasted unbelievable time on all kinds of shit while spending my only existence like there were no tomorrow. Actually cry thinking about it. But now I will do the right things. As I told my father on the phone today, just think of all the time I wasted porn or stupid TV series I should never have seen, that I watched because I was tired, hungover, depressed. It's so ridiculous how we waste our time, when time is actually the only thing, especially if you were born in the West. Time is the only thing you don't have enough of. I mean, if you're born in some hellhole somewhere and you have nothing, that's exactly what you have. You have nothing. And then your time is not the biggest problem. Getting food in your belly is the biggest problem, and of course that will also limit your time, because if you don't get food, you will die. So food or medicine. But in the West, in Norway, which is even better, I mean, just think about it. I'm born in Norway, a country with universal healthcare and social security and all kinds of stuff. And I don't think we appreciate these things enough. Anyway, back to the painting. That's why we're here. No wonder my videos doesn't get that traction, because it's all about everything but painting. Now, I don't think this one will be demonetized anyway, immediately by YouTube, because there's nudity in it. So it doesn't really matter how many. Well, of course it matters what you use, because it drags other people to the channel. So, but it's a problem that YouTube is actually demonetizing my figure paintings, especially of girls. I'm actually doing a man right now, or a couple. Actually, I do have some older paintings that I haven't actually done much with that I'm gonna go over. So, and actually a couple of men, and that's gonna be fun. Men with abs, actually, so that's gonna be something for the girls for once. Maybe I should start only posting my figure paintings on PATRON. That might be a good idea. Maybe I'll do this with this one. Okay. Yeah, that was cool. She also has a highlight in her. That was too high. But anyway. It's like I'm painting piece by piece. She's looking at God. No, she doesn't. Oh, maybe I should do that. Like post I'm not sure. Maybe because I have posted so many still lifes lately that maybe it would be good if I do some figure paintings now on my YouTube channel. Let's see what I do. Maybe I'll post a fast forward movie. And you can see for $1 people can see my tutorials on PATRON. Maybe that would be a good idea. I can actually start earning some money out of this shit. And you see how I paint? There's the blue and there's the green. There's a little green in the skin. It's the color of a rainbow. And slowly you can create the right shadows, the right hues. So, yeah. Good thing to start doing smaller paintings too, because it's easier to sell them. And but then again, I feel like every nice motif should have a big canvas. So maybe I said that, so I do both. I do one big one and one small one, so that yeah. Ay. But I'm really tired now. It's like 6 in the morning, and just need to have a cup of tea and some berries and cottage cheese and I will continue this work tomorrow. Yeah. It's probably a good idea. Oh God. Piece by piece, almost like a puzzle. Then I'm just piecing it together. So in the end, that was wrong. You see, I'm using also this one, that side. In the end, it will be as close to this as possible. We should start doing some live streaming on YouTube. Figure out how. Didn't actually figure out how yet. Maybe once a month. Something like a full, just a full painting session, 12 hours maybe, 8 hours, just let it stream. It's a shame that I can't play my favorite music. I used to do that in the beginning, but I got in trouble with so much copyright stuff that I became afraid it will actually not just demonetize, but actually get rid of the whole channel. And I put so much work into putting out all the videos now that would be a real shame, actually. So I stopped using the music. Yay. See, I'm using this all over. Sometimes when I have enough texture, I just start using the more paint, using more flatter pencils over. Because it can't be just texture for its own sake, it has to have address. It just becomes noise. So, yeah. But I will continue tomorrow. So, see you then. Okay. Working on some details here in that plant. The flower to get all the shadows right and get all the lines right. It's so important to me. It's quite manic. I can't really let go until I feel I have reached the Vermeer standard, which I never will because I'm not that good, which of course again is extremely frustrating. But that's the way it is. I'm really looking forward to expanding my work now and start with my huge paintings again, and also do at the same time these small ones. I actually wonder about if I'm going to do small versions of my big paintings, just to kind of push every part of my brain. So, yeah. No wonder that Vermeer's paintings took a lot of time. Also heard he wasn't that good. He wasn't working every day, and he used a lot of time on it, but it's kind of understanding, because the struggle you go through to make these things are quite amazing. It's so all-consuming, and you keep meeting yourself on the battlefield without the right weapons again and again. After several years in pain now, I also feel I have to kind of rewire my brain. Stop procrastinating, or whatever it is called. What's it called again? Procrastinating. I tend to use a lot of time every day to get started. And it might have to do with my schedule. I usually work at evening and night, and maybe I should turn it on its head and start painting in the mornings, and then do like training and social life after that instead of before. Then I can also go more to movies, and I can go to theaters, and I can actually live a better life. Because right now I am really not getting enough done. And it's not good. So, look into that. Turning the schedule upside down. Going to bed 12 in the evening instead of 8 in the morning. But it will be a process. My brain is extremely wired to do this night thing. So maybe I should put painting first. And that is probably an extremely good idea. Anyway, you see, I go in with a small pencil. I had to move around some of these leaves because I also wanted to kind of resemble the photo I'm painting from. And it's hard to get these these details right. You know, every living thing in nature is growing accordingly to the laws of nature, and you have to repeat these laws when you do paint nature. You can't just paint a tree with a lot of branches like this. You have to, or a rose or whatever, you have to make it actually be possible. That is my opinion anyway. It's no problem actually painting a symbolic tree. Okay, here we go again. I will try to finish off this beautiful face today. It's going to be a hard nut to break, but I'll do my best to manage that. I will start here as usual. So try to do a kind of tiny glaze just to have something to start with. I just push it down because there's a lot of bluish in this painting, so it doesn't matter if I go over the bright colors with the more bluish tones, because it kind of mixes so well into the red anyway, and it just gives me a good way to start. I should actually be sitting. I'll do that later. I noticed that for these small paintings, sitting is actually good, especially if you are a little bit tired or you have problems getting into the flow. I did actually notice that reaching flow was easier sitting down. It may be also due to my hip problems that I don't hurt that much, but anyway, worked for me. Really like this. I will continue doing paintings like this, a little bit bigger, maybe 50.50, so I get a little bit bigger faces, but also these small ones, because it's really a challenge to do that. You can't really fool anyone. Well, you can always fool someone, but you know, the point is that it's so easy for me to see my shortcomings and what I have to work more on. And yeah, it's really been quite an experience. I do see that I probably have to start basically over again. When I have a fresh start next time, I will avoid a few pitfalls, like I said in another video, or maybe this one too. You have to remember, if I repeat myself, it is because I may work for a few days on the painting and then I put it away for a while, and it can go actually a month maybe, or a few weeks until I paint on it next time. So it's really hard for me to not to repeat myself. I can't go through all my material every time I'm going to make a video. What I could do maybe is to start doing topic videos. Then every segment I have sketched out some sort of topic I want to talk about. But I also feel it all becomes so static, it becomes so ridiculously yeah, static, you know, it's not. I want a dynamic process both in the painting and in the thoughts about it. So, see how I try to avoid not putting on too much paint. Now she actually looks more up in the painting, so I have to turn these eyes more upwards. And of course to do that you have to get underneath here. And being this small, ooh, that is really a hard nut. So, and then I have to change the, yeah, so that was a good start. Is it very bluish in there, in the shadows? The shadows in this painting is quite bluish. Yeah, now she looked more up, and if I change the perspective of the pupil, I think I actually will be closer to it, because it has to be flat here. Yeah, now she looks up. You see what I mean? Now she actually looks up more like she does in the photograph. I think I'm gonna study a little bit more very photorealistic techniques, just to be able to put in both into that. Then again, I'm not that good in drawing. I'm not a schooled classical drawer, so that is one of my big weaknesses, that my drawing skills are not on par with my painting skills. It's because my love for painting has always been in the center, and never took the time to actually sit down and study in the classical way. I just painted and learned as I walked along. And I kind of suffer a little bit from that now, because sometimes I would think it would be better if I could draw a little better, you know, increase the quality of my work. But I still have time in existence, and my brain is very plastic. I notice I can learn very fast new things still in the old age of 51. So I think I'm going to do a lot of still lives and a lot of craniums and things that actually demand that I get the drawing extremely right. So, and that's the way to get better. It's just to push yourself. And self-portraits too. It's very important to paint. I'm gonna start doing self-portraits, and maybe 6 a year, or maybe even one a month. When I really get my shit together, I'm gonna be able to do that. I haven't actually painted self-portraits in, must be, it's 2019. I think I have to go all the way back to in the beginning of 2000. Something there. I don't know why I quit doing that. I guess I went into all these other paintings. I had to create portraits, and I had to do exhibitions, and I had a lot of other stuff, so I didn't have time for it in a way. And I also spent much of my time on bullshit, so I mean, if you can take that bullshit time and just pour it into this study, Now, I always wanted to learn how to play the piano. And I'm kind of back and forth on it. Because this work takes so much time and so much effort. And I'm quite a manic person. So if I start doing the piano, I would probably, after a while, start going into the same vigor that I did with the painting when I started. I painted like 12. Well, I painted when I was basically awake. So, and I quit my training, and then after a few years to start to party too much, and then I had this this time where I wasn't that productive, and then I picked up again when I moved to Oslo in 1995, and it's been kind of a struggle the whole time. It's always a struggle for me to stay on the right road, and I'm winning now. I'm winning. So that's good. It's a lot of good things that is happening. The 13th of August I will have my second hip replacement, which I'm really looking forward to. I've been saying that now again and again. I'm sorry I'm repeating myself, but it's going to be great to have a body that functions again. It's basically 15 weeks, 3 months, 15 weeks since my last hip replacement, and I gained about 5 kilos of muscle, and I guess that is basically in my legs, and I can see it, so the way back will go extremely quickly. And that is also the good thing about having doing training for many years, because epigenetically, my body is now very tuned to muscle building when I start stimulating it. Yeah, and that's why I'm picking up quite fast, actually. So that's good. Get back to painting. Think about how extreme one has to be able to really chew one's own hips to pieces. Basically, nothing left at all. Bone on bone, cartilage gone, both hips, displacement, everything. You have to have a really extreme personality to be able to do that. And that is basically the story of my life. So, and also the pain. I just ignored the pain and kept training, kept moving. But in the end, it was just impossible. So. Hear the snapping sound? Listen. That's my hip. It doesn't hurt actually when I do that for some strange reason. It's crazy. Ooh. Oh God. And the other one was even worse. So The other one was really worse. It's crazy. Funny. And it was funny because after my operation I just moved my legs and hey, that sound, it's gone. So it was actually my bones. I thought it was my muscle snapping, but no. It was definitely my bones. Anyway, okay, you see what I'm doing? Are you learning anything from me? This. Okay. You know, it's all the subtleness of the brushstrokes, the subtleness of the shadows and stuff are just on a level here that takes a lot of effort to get it right, because you can't have colors in it much. You're not here. It's kind of greenish, and my eyes are tricked into believing that it's very orange. That she has this red here. Yeah, you see that? It's not how it is, and it's quite difficult. Because my brain is want to paint symbols. Well, okay, red hair. This is my idea of red hair. This is how my brain have decided that red hair should look like. And it should be orange. Reddish orange. Like, yeah. But it's not. In this painting anyway, because it's done from a photo. If she was a model, there would be a bigger spectrum of colors, or warmer colors. So then it would be more the original. But even in red hair, the shadows are more in the blue spectre, and the biggest problem is to get these, since here there's a lot of green, blue. And I have to get this hairline to kind of slide over into the background, so it doesn't seem like I've just placed her like a shablon, you know, shablon, straight on top of it. It has to be almost this here has to kind of just glide into the background. But I also want it to be like in the photo, where the lines are basically drawn. Not drawn, but you can see where the shadow starts and ends. So there has to be I have to manage to come to a place between disappearance and natural nuance. Disappearance and concrete shadow, that was probably what I was looking for. So. The shadows coming down here. So okay, I'm gonna paint for a while. Then I have to sit down and focus very much on this now, just to try to get it right. And then I will kind of work myself down later. There's also flowers to fix. There's things around here. There's so much to do. So. Yeah. Just have to start walking and walking until it's finished. Yay! And so, here we go again. I will now do a glaze and scrape it down a little bit. I'm going to work on this and then I will work all around. Start here. Actually, to yeah. So I just need a pencil that isn't too stiff, and I did put on my retouching Varnish before this, so I hope it has dried a little bit now, so it becomes a little sticky. The face is starting to take shape. I might do this first and then do face later and then go all over it. It depends just how it evolves. Sometimes I've been working a lot with the face, so now you can actually see how the glaze is falling into all the cracks. And it's quite nice, actually, a nice effect. And it gives me a good start. It's very bluish, this painting, so it needs some more warmth some places. And the caplak in blue actually gives it a little bit of that warmth. Also makes it easier for me to mix in colors. At this point, it is about detail and cleaning up the surfaces, getting all the things to feel a little bit more natural, as always. And yeah, so I want some, it's way too blue, so it's good that I have my this one here. Take away some of it. Looks quite pretty. Paper. take away a little bit of glaze here in the light areas, like this, some of the oil. I don't want it to be too oily. You see here, yeah. It's kind of nice and sticky, which means that the colors will actually stick better to the surface. And I will start with the bright areas as usual, just for the... I could start with the shadows, but I prefer, as I said many times before, to start with the light areas, because I feel I connect better with the motif when I do that. It's almost like that's what comes to me first when I look at it, so that's the good place to start. And I start here, and I just go over. She has this mark from sunbathing, actually. I guess that's the difference between the modern figurative painting and the classical, that nowadays they have the bra, marks from the bra. My stomach. I had a couple of eggs just to get some nourishment. And I don't, as I said in the other video, I try not to eat any big meals when I'm painting, so that I don't fill up my stomach with a lot of food that brings my the blood down to my stomach instead of my head, because I used to do that mistake a lot. I used to have a diet where I was supposed to eat like 5 times a day, and I really became so tired of eating. Ugh, gods. It was this thing I saw on, if you're going to build muscle, you have to eat like 5 times a day, and it's such bullshit. If you do that, you're going to be in a constant digestion situation. You're going to be tired, you're going to be fatigued, and it's better just to have 1 or 2 meals a day. I usually wait with eating to after maybe 8 hours after I have maybe 6 or 8 hours after I have gotten out of bed. And it's because I usually have a meal a while before I go to bed at night, or in the morning in my case, because I want to I eat healthy food, brain food, to build brain, neurons, and I also want to do most of my digestion while sleeping. So I have a meal after training, and I rest for a while, then I start painting, and then I don't eat until the morning. I might have some light fruit or some smoothie or something healthy, but despite that I don't have any big meals. So maybe a protein drink or something, just to get enough protein. Anyway, that is what I do to keep my blood in my brain, because I need all the blood in here, not my stomach, when I do this kind of work. It's crucial. I figured out the hard way. To put it mildly. You know, you're gonna eat 5 meals a day. It is just so annoying. Eat, 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 eat. Hate that shit. Okay, you see how I'm working now? Just working in directions, this direction. In this one too, I did pour in too much texture from the start. I can see that now. I have to be more mindful in the beginning when I paint these small paintings. There's no doubt about that. So I don't get into all these problems with too much texture kind of fighting back at me. But, you know. Problem with sitting. I figured out that sitting was good when I paint paintings like this, but I can see my back is actually reacting to sitting, especially if I forget about it and start leaning forward. So maybe I should start standing again. Get the breasts right. So many things to think about. And yeah. She's very athletic, this girl. She's a real warrior. Should have been in this series Vikings. Fit perfectly in. Remember, there is no lines. So I can do something with the flowers here. See if I can place them correctly. And I made them a little bit, this one a little bit too big. So I need to go in there and correct that. I tend to do that. I tend to make things a little bit bigger, the significant things. And I should try to get the drawing a little bit better before. Okay. Very yellowish, reddish and yellowish rose. See here. There is some yellow red. This is beautiful meditative situation. People talk about meditation. Just start painting. It's all the meditation you ever need. This is the good thing about glazing, because the surfaces can actually become a little bit natural. If I paint wet and wet, things just tend to, like now, things just tend to, the shadows and everything is just kind of gliding into one another and creates natural transitions from like the breast hair to the chest. I just keep molding it like this, and get closer and closer every time. kind of sharp, a deeper shadow underneath the breasts, which I have to figure out a way to get right. So a lot of balls in the air at the same time. I think this one is going to be more down there. This one is the one I want to get right. And I need to keep it in the reddish zone, but it also is kind of green. So it's a lot of different things to think about. I just kind of take it down a notch and then bring it up again. And then I go in with colors. Basically start bringing it up again. Oh, too much. Fucking navel. Really need to change the wheels on the things that the neighbor was driving around his goods with. I talked to him about that because it makes a lot of noise. Okay. Well, it kind of started. My fingers are numb. Not a good sign. Twist it up. Always in the morning. Okay. Here, just going to start work very slow. kind of shadows falling down here from her hair and stuff. It's really nice. Yeah, and she has this jewelry around her neck, but I will put that in later when I have done more of this groundwork. I will put in the jewelry because it is supposed to lay on top of the skin anyway, and the skin isn't finished yet, so if I put it in too early I just have to paint over it several times anyway, or basically in between it, so it's better to put in these things in a later stage on top of all the other color. So, yeah. And her body become a little bit more. She doesn't have the typical body shape. She has kind of broader shoulders. She has hips, but it's not huge. She's feminine, but also kind of masculine, but kind of strong in a masculine, feminine way. It's hard to say. Her body, and yeah, the girl too has a great amount of character, and it's kind of tattooed into her genome, and it's quite fascinating. I think she could kick most men's ass if they weren't battle trained or stuff. Beautiful Helga. Actually, I want to do another one where she looks out bigger, but I want to have wings on her. So I'll just see what happens. I have several paintings that I'm doing of this girl. So one big one or two that is 2.2 meters. So we have a lot of cool videos coming your way. I'm looking forward to finish off all this work that I haven't postponed for years actually because of my hips and stuff. So yeah. See now, I put that blue on there, but I need to kind of drag these two things over like this, exactly as I do in any place I want the lines to be more dissolved. And no, she doesn't have any implants. She is very healthy and athletic, so I guess her body is very well trained. I would actually have problems with painting a girl that had implants because it's so, usually looks so unnatural that it kind of ruins the whole picture. Don't understand why girls are doing that to their bodies. Most men aren't that into breasts anyway, they are more for butt and that the girl actually look healthy. I think it's basically the same thing for men and women. That men needs to have a nice butt and broad shoulders and stuff, and most men prefer a woman with broad hips over big breasts. So, and that's just the way it is. Okie dokie dokie. I am working with the hands and the flowers, and it takes an enormous amount of time. Actually, I start to stand again because the sitting thing definitely wasn't good for my back over time. So it's very typical in my family. We have the suede back that gives us a nice butt, but it has its downside because what happens is that we more easily get back pain, and that's nothing to deal. Having to deal with that, it's not fun at all. So here I am standing again. It's a little bit better for my hips actually, but I felt even that stiffened up. So I'm so looking forward to getting my body back after my second hip replacement. Start doing all the real stretching and training, martial arts. Anyway, painting. You see, I'm trying to basically figure out a way to make these small fingers put on too much paint. It's so tiny, so tiny. I think as long as I can't get things right, it will be interesting. I've seen artists, a friend I used to have actually died, but basically because of alcoholism, stomach cancer after years of drinking. And anyway, he just did things to earn money, and he was kind of pissed on himself that he wasn't able to go deeper, and it was basically because he was a raving alcoholic and he couldn't focus, so he just basically filled up the hole in the ground with money so he could keep drinking. And it made him sad that he couldn't actually go deeper into the painting. And then he died. So sad. Kind of crazy a guy with a horrible childhood actually, and that was a reason that led to the drinking. So, but you know, but what I couldn't understand is how he could keep it up, because I can't really, if I don't have a challenge or a deeper purpose with what I do. It's not that I have a deeper purpose with standing and painting these small fingers, but the point is that I have, the deeper purpose for me is always to try to get it to become as good as possible. And if that went away and I was only going to earn money, I don't think I would have had any driving force to do anything at all, because money is extremely important, but it isn't a driving force. Now this is actually a commission work, and just a woman who wanted the painting, a figure painting, and it's from my repertoire of photos and things I would like to paint anyway, so I just had to paint it smaller than usual. But it's the challenge, you know, if I want to earn money, you wouldn't use that amount of time on some fucking fingers. But it's that deep feeling of accomplishment, getting it right, that's the driving force. And that's the only driving force you need, this challenge. I mean, it's not just the money who makes people cycle, the kind of French, is it that thing, it's called French Tour de France, yeah. It is the achievement. It's like walking up the Mount Everest, you know, it's not that you're gonna collect some gold up there. It's just the challenge. Now it's a stupid challenge because it can actually kill you, in my opinion. It's a very stupid thing to do. The statistics is that it kills like 1 out of 3. So with that odds, I wouldn't even think about it. And but I can empathize with the need to do this challenge, to push oneself to the limits, and that thing that makes them feel alive. I can understand the driving force, because it's kind of the same driving force that drives me in my paintings. And I have such ambition, just standing here, trying to find peace in, that's also a challenge actually, finding the peace and the calm to be able to do this kind of detail. People usually doesn't have the capability to focus their energy like this. And that's why they can never actually learn how to paint properly. So, anyway, blah blah blah. Hope you learned something from this. And if you do, become a fucking patron! Well, I'm not gonna give up YouTube yet, just yet. But I have to say I'm spending a hell of a lot of time doing these videos, and there isn't that much I get back, so in an economic sense. And it wasn't the intention in the beginning, it was just for fun. But at some point, you know, you feel kind of obligated to your fans, the people who really like those videos, and it becomes kind of an addiction to film every single painting I do. At this point, I think I would have felt cheated if I didn't film anything, a painting, and then doing something good, really good, and then think, fuck, I didn't film it. So now I just have to film it. I have no choice anymore. Isn't that weird? I get addicted to everything. Anyway, painting. I'm gonna start doing at least a monthly stream. See what happens. Maybe I do. If it turns out well, maybe I should do once a couple of, and work on basically one painting. That would be fun. And just stream the whole thing. You know, from start to finish. Well, that would be difficult because I wouldn't be able to get into the flow. And yeah. But I could do it with one of the paintings. Because an 8 to 10 hour flow, painting flow, which of course is then posted on YouTube with my videos. That would be smart. Then I don't have to film all of it all the time. But then again, if I do something really good, it disappears. No, it doesn't disappear, but I don't have the video footage of it. But that doesn't matter because I could actually do both with one painting or several paintings. So I have so many paintings that I'm going to paint that it is basically the problem now is how the hell I'm going to store all this data, all this footage. I'm going to make another YouTube channel also, which is more clean and to the point, and redo some of my best videos with hyperlinks and stuff like that. So yeah. It's going to be difficult. The thing is, I have to differentiate this. Yeah, it's too big actually, the rose, so to make it a little bit smaller. And I need a Sweinwurst pencil to do that. Of course I need to do like this and just take it away. Yeah, it's way too high. This one is also going to be up there. Yes. And no wonder this shit takes time. Today I used basically 7 hours just to get started. And that isn't good, you know, it's such a waste of time. And it's the thing with that pain, because my brain is actually experienced after me not being able to do that much work and having all the hip pain. My brain is now used to believing that painting is painful. So I have to retrain my brain to believing that it is not painful. So and I'm also gonna remove some clear distractions from my life. And yeah, because all the distractions, you know, if you have addictions, it can be anything, TV series, news, watching. Now I got a kick out of watching Russian digging up old weapons from the battlefield in Russia. And you're finding a lot of stuff, dead soldiers and everything. It's quite interesting, but I get addicted to everything all the time. I got addicted to that too. I was watching probably 3 or 4 hours of videos of them digging up leftover guns after the battlefields in the 40s. So I mean, duh. During the Second World War. And I think, why the hell do I watch this shit? Yeah, I'm watching it to escape. It's escapism. It doesn't have any value at all. And I really need to retrain my brain to understand these things. Distractions, TV series, movies that aren't good. I mean, there are good movies. There are not many good movies. I really do not need to see a Godzilla movie, okay? I know how it's gonna end. I know how it is. And one should be social with friends, have time to that. One should have more sex with real people, not a screen. And interact in real life instead of wasting time on everything from porn, TV series, Tinder. I mean, fuck that. honestly, girls, if you're gonna be on Tinder, please put out pictures that actually looks how you look, and put out a full body picture, not nude of course, in a dress or something like that, so one can actually see how you actually look. Because don't give me that, oh, looks shouldn't matter. That, yeah, looks is fucking everything in the beginning. Is this woman or girl a genetic match for me or not? I can see it in her waist-hip ratio, okay? She have no hips, no hip ratio. I'm not interesting. I will never fall in love with you, okay? And that's the truth. So girls, please. It's like men too. I mean, if you have a big belly, show the girls. I mean, fuck. Act like you are. Or six-pack abs and look like Brad Pitt in Fury. It's cheating. Anyway, it was really a digression. From paint. See now, you see what I'm doing here, don't you? I'm working around it all the time. I'm trying to avoiding what I was actually going to do. Do you know why I try to avoid it? Because it's very difficult. That's why. So I'm working around it, working everywhere. Soon I'll be working up here if I don't focus. So go down here. This is the part. So funny. I'm kind of tricking myself. The body and the brain, avoid pain, avoid pain. Avoid the concentration. Concentration hurts. Not really. When you get into real concentration, it takes away the absurdity of life and send you into this deep flow where time doesn't matter and life seems just infinite. Because you're not thinking about it. Yeah, okay. You see, I see things in parts, compartments in my brain. So I compartmentalize it and then I paint. I don't know if everybody does that, but I sure do. And I can feel it. You know, think just, if that question, why do you paint? Yeah, right. Why? Why? Why do you paint? Why do I every day try to break through? To something that I don't even know what is. Well, that wasn't really true. See, now it's starting to become skin. I can do this a gazillion times and go back and forth and back and forth because I want it to be exactly how it is, and I never succeed. That's the point, I think. Now I have to say that my camera does not show the colors very good, and I have to find out why. Maybe it's the lighting I use in here. I'm gonna, when I'm done with all of the portraits and stuff I have started, I'm gonna rearrange the whole room here. I'm gonna get rid of the echo, and I'm gonna get better lighting. So maybe that will make the videos look better. Because right now I think it's kind of crappy. It's totally HD and stuff, but yeah. Okay. It's just a mush now. Can't really work out anything. But that's how it is in the beginning. You just have to then start more and more to differentiate the different objects and the different things in it. And then sooner or later things start to work as it is supposed to be. Some white here, and there's also white here. Just give it some highlights first, some white first, and then use color on top. Better. Ah, fuck. Getting tired. Too much concentration. Okay, see now, start to boom, 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 become something. Okay. Fingers. First, let me make them darker and do the darkness in them, and then I just bring it up again after that. First, I kind of flatten it out and make them more neutral. Then I start bringing them up. See? because it's basically creating a griselle, this is called. Next time I sketch, I'm going to be a little bit more careful in the sketch, so I get more details in from the start, go slower, and yeah. I mean, there's only 365 days a year, and if you lose a day, you lose actually a hell of a lot of time, and it's just not acceptable. If I could put in 10 hours a day into the painting, or like 10 effective hours into this a day, it would really make a difference. It would make a fantastic difference, actually. And I think now that is what I have to start aiming for. Getting, yeah. Neutralize. She has a nice tattoo on her that I'll try to get in later. I'm not going to put it in now because right now I just want to do the basics of the detail. What sound is that? Oh yeah, she's watering the plants outside. Here, tap that down. And this is how you build the light. You just have to keep pushing the dark down and the light up. Just keep that going. Yeah. color is really hard to figure out, because the difference between, there is a stark difference between colors in the print and the colors you can actually mix on the palette. So very often it's hard for me to find the right colors. And I can't, plus, as I say, the camera doesn't really represent the colors as they actually are in many ways. It's funny because if a painting is very colorful, you won't actually get the colors. It's very hard to get the colors onto especially a digital photo. It's actually, my impression is that it's easier with the analog photo, if you know what you're doing, of course, because they are working with real colors and not interpreted colors. Yeah, I have no idea why I was talking about that. Yeah, that was the point. But if you don't use much color, like the Norwegian artist Knut and his students, they actually look more colorful on the photograph than they actually are in reality, because the photo is actually interpreting the surfaces and adding the colors that it believes in goose, yeah, it sees. So if you don't use much color, you can, paintings on the photo can actually gain from it. And if you use a lot of color, they lose. It's like you see the classic, you see Van Gogh in reality. And it can't even come close to be compared with the photos of it, because they can't just get the colors right. See? Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna keep on painting. Gonna film everything. Longest video in world history. So, well, it's taking shape. So, yes. Okay, I'm gonna try to finish this face today. Then I'm just gonna work myself down. There's not that much left. It is basically some extreme detail, some shaping of the face, the face. And yeah. Now, I have to be very careful. Just touch. Need more white actually, because it's dirty. Oh, let's have some. It takes nothing to screw it up when you are on this. Wow, okay, like here. That's called screwing up. Yeah. So. Now when you see paintings in the museums, there's a lot of beauty there. They are not that, most of them are not that realistic in the colors. It's not the kind of photo type of realism. That's probably because they had two things going. They had their time and the style that probably affected the paintings quite a lot. And as I said, I didn't have photographs to work from. And it's very hard to do photorealism without photos. So I guess that's the reason. There's a light there, and that was a little bit too much. This little dot there came out and screwed up for me a little bit. Okay. So here so little that will kill or cure it that it's almost mind-boggling. There's some bluish down here that kind of curves her chin a little bit. Might be a good idea. The colors behind her nose is a little bit more warm. But it's really dangerous to go in there now because I really don't know how much, but I will kind of try. And also under there. It's very interesting actually working like this. You can even hear my voice just tones down into a different tone. I need to shape this, and there's blue. I'm actually looking at the photo now, but you've seen the photo earlier, so. I actually found out that I had this lens, another lens, that brought me a little bit closer to the video. However, I think I'm gonna buy myself a lens, a full zoom lens, that I can get really close, because I can't really get all the way in with the lens I have now. I would like to film really close-ups of the, like really close, because, you know, everything I find interesting in painting is always in the brushstrokes and the details and stuff, because when you fall in love with paint, that is what happens to you. It's a beautiful thing. Actually. I mean, I think it's like musicians, when they really learn the skill, they fall in love with all the nuance in the notes and stuff, all the tiny details and their subjective experience of that music, or the tones and the touch, the subjective touch, a thing that makes it worth it for every human being to do something this creative. Because first you need a certain amount of skill set so you can get into the flow, because before that it's actually very stressful. It's stressful now too, but not the same way. And then you will start to go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper until you connect. Just connect with everything. I am glad that I have this channel, so I can actually talk about these things, because I think it's very important. I haven't seen any channels on YouTube which do painting that also do some thinking about other things while painting. And I guess that's my niche, or niche in a way, that I can talk about all kinds of stuff while I'm doing what I love. My channel will never become a big hit because of that, because most people, first of all, most people don't even want to think. They want to be painters, and they want to be artists, and they want to be kind of, oh, I'm an artist, oh, are you an artist? Oh, wow, that must be so interesting. Well, yeah, maybe. I have no idea. I do art. I have no way to know how interesting it is. That's strange. I only know what I love. That is interesting. So to you darlings that are painters, study everything. Especially your brain. Understand how your brain works. You can actually change it by pure will. You can actually change your own brain by your own willpower. You can change it to learn and do what you want. And that's amazing. That is the point where I will say, I don't believe in free will. But at that point, when you start to understand that you can change your own mind and the way you act in the world, both with yourself and others, and how you treat others and yourself, then finally you come to a point where you can actually start talking about reaching something that at least touches on something that looks like free will. Before that, as long as you are ignorant and do not understand how you actually work, both on the physical and mental level, objectively from a science point of view, you are nothing more like a snowflake in the wind or a leaf in the fall that just get kicked around by the wind randomly. You can hear it when people say, "Oh, I'm going to take life as it comes." So you're going to be like a leaf in the wind, and you're going to deal with it as you fall. Because you will fall. Everything falls because of gravity and the second law of thermodynamics. So you will actually fall. You might fall, be a very lucky person and fall on something good. But don't count on that, because it usually doesn't happen. So, make sure to learn as much as you can about what you are, both on the physical and mental level, and give yourself the possibility to change, literally, physically, change your own mind. It kind of gives the word change your own mind, or the words change your own mind, a totally new meaning. So, and you of course destroy religion at the same time, because most big religions are based on the notion of free will, that you're actually guilty, you are your own maker. And I will say that maybe I am, since I know what right and wrong. But even I am a victim of my own biases and my own childhood and my own experiences. So it's very hard to pin down what is actually free will. Okay, that was a totally digression. And from now on, I'm not going to give a shit about views. I'm just going to say what I want to say. And yeah. You can't please everyone anyway. So, forget about that. See now. Need to round this. And that's going to be a challenge. But I can't film everything. So now I'm going to turn off the camera and yeah, we'll kind of paint a little bit more. Just 15 minutes, it's not much compared to my other videos. Yeah, now I think it's kind of... Oh, what the fuck? So I need some blue in there. Just tap it down. You see how I just touch? This is actually glaze in a way. I just get some... That's why I want a new lens that I can actually go all the way in. I can't even almost not see it myself. So I want something that I can get really, really close to it. So even I can actually see what is happening more on the micro level. you do like this. If you do something wrong, you can actually use the back side. Your pencil. Or a knife or something, like this one. And just even it out like that. I'm going to do a lot of small portraits like this on small canvases. Just focus on this and learn how to do it, because as I said in the other video with a small face, I really meet my skill wall here, and I also need to study more portraits in general and evolve my skill when it comes to portrait painting, because you know, I do a lot of painting, but I also do a lot of still lifes and stuff like that, and they give me, I'm learning from them. But if I want to learn the most difficult things, it is portraits. It's actually hands. I should just paint some fucking hands, you know? Just paint a hand. To see if I can actually do it. Okay. Yeah, this kind of raining messages here now. At least I think it looks like her. I'm gonna do something more with the lips and hair and stuff. I'm gonna try to finish this, and then I will move down, get into jewelry, and then I will just move down and then all over the place. And hopefully I will almost finish off this painting today. Something that would be incredibly great. Yeah. Okay. 18 minutes. Yay. Okay, starting my work on this. Hopefully it will be some of the last layers. Just gonna do a glaze and a shake up. I need to, yeah, I'm just going to do a general, not too heavy glaze to get my textures out. So down here, some rouge. I'm just going to work more and more around here. Try to get this to come alive. And yeah, I think I have that much left on it. Or, you know, this is the time consuming part of the process. And, the face has become quite nice. So, pleased with that. Surprisingly, actually. I'm going to do more of these small ones. Get better at it, plan better. So, yeah. Maybe I should scrape away a little bit of paint. Didn't put that much on, so it's not that important. Yeah. I'm just going to zoom a little bit more in here. Start with the torso. Maybe even closer. Like this. Yeah. Actually, I'm a little bit tired today. For some reason. I've been a lot of stress lately. Things are on the up. The up and up. The up and up. Okay. My objects. So. And actually I don't need glasses that much today. After my ketogenic diet, I actually did get a better vision. So, and that is strange. I say that in other videos too. It is so clearly a fact that cutting out the sugar makes my eyesight better, no doubt about it. And if that is true, much of the disturbances in vision you get is due to insulin resistance and probably inflammation. Inflammation that follows with insulin resistance. And I'm gonna try to study this, because it really has to. You can actually, maybe I can walk back to cat and stimulate more growth of stem cells in my vision, in my eyes, because it is very annoying as a painter having to use glasses. I used to have perfect vision not that long ago, and now I'm kind of +1. It's not much, but it is enough to kind of annoy you. Me, of course. Just a matter of speech. Now you see I start with light areas again. Always start there, basically. And I try to, it gives me the starting point, and yeah, it kind of leads to the next thing, and that's the whole thing about painting. The one stroke leads to the next stroke, that leads to the next, to the next, to the next, and that is how I build my paintings. Try to figure out next step, the next color. Yeah. I have to figure out how to stream on YouTube. It'd be so much easier just to post videos directly from a stream. And you can stand here for hours on end and just post like 10-hour streams. 8-hour streams, and you will actually see more how I actually work real time. And I could have kind of a laptop or something standing beside me so I can maybe answer questions and stuff. If somebody will add himself to super chat. Yeah, that's a good thing. Evolve my YouTube channel a little bit. It's funny, she has this, she had this bikini on the beach. I have to paint it in because there was a person, you don't need to paint that in. Yes, I do. because it's there. I'm not a cheater. Paint what I see. Or try to paint what I see. The problem is if I have my glass on, this comes too close. And I see kind of the texture too much. When I don't have my glasses on, I don't see the texture that much. And the texture actually get a little bit better, I think. Because I don't really see what I'm doing. I think that's why Themplant's paintings, the last ones, were so great, because I couldn't actually see what he was doing. All the brush strokes is just because he wasn't able to see. Yes, that's a hypothesis for the art historians. I actually wonder if I'm gonna make videos of where I copy some masterpieces and comment on them, do my take on them, why they are how they are, and how the artist might be thinking when they're painting it. Because all these onion videos, I guess, is getting boring for my channel. Listen to me yapping about my hips and existence and everything. See, there's some yellowish. I'm actually looking forward to painting this little thing there. It's starting to fall into place. It's a very nice bluish shadow down. And the nice thing about this is that you have all the green and blue and all the different colors in it that I really like to work with. So yeah. Flow. Flow is everything. Flow is love. Did you know that? The flow is love. Find the meaning of existence in creative work. It looks better. And also work with all the details in there. Then I'm aiming for creating some kind of damier in these. Not that I'm gonna be able to become as good as him, but I want him to have some kind of reflective yeah, maybe you know what I mean. reflect him, or reflect what the classics did. I kind of work over the whole surface all the time, trying to work as broad as possible. So I don't go hung up in certain details for 8-hour stretch like I very often used to do. I had a big meal before I was going to start painting, like some chops and veggies, and it's never a good idea to eat a bigger meal before starting to paint. It's way better, you can hear my stomach, it's way better to work on an empty stomach. Or when I come from the gym, you have maybe a couple of eggs and some protein shake, and later I may have some herring, some nuts, but in the end of the night I make some nutritious food, fish or meat or vegetables, not as much as it will keep me awake and I'm going to go to sleep, but enough to give the nutrition you need to build new neurons and stuff. Big meals are like it is basically like having a big meal. Having a big meal before you go to paint is like having a big meal before you're going to have sex. And that is basically not a smart thing to do, because it's going to make you drowsy. Yeah. And full. So the blood doesn't stay in your brain, it just goes down to your stomach, and you get problem with focusing, get tired. It takes a lot of energy to devour food, especially heavy foods. So you shouldn't. My advice is to have enough food to be able to work, but not enough to be full. So go into ketosis and burn some fat and stay on that heightened hunter stage. Yeah. So that's my advice. I'm just going to keep on painting and film more later. I'm getting deeper into it. I mean, that was 17 minutes, for God's sakes. Yeah, you can't actually paint the symbols if you're gonna make it feel natural. So yeah, that is the thing. And then you have the colors, and you have all kinds of stuff to think about. And it's quite amazing. It's always release, great release every time you get it right. So beautiful. And I moved this from there to there today, and now I painted a little bit too big, and I also painted a little bit of symbols. See, I made this too long because my brain painted symbols and not how it actually looks. So that is a very strange struggle. Very interesting. It's almost like you observe your brain when you start noticing, when you get to know these things, how the brain works and stuff. Really interesting how the brain keeps tricking you into believing that what you see is actually something else. So, yeah. Okay. It's kind of come to a point where it is basically a clean up and getting everything to start coming alive. Center everything. Try to get all the small details in. You know, I mean, it's not all of it that is so okay. It's not all of it that is. I do not trace it or anything, so I can't possibly become a photorealist here. I do wonder how good I can get, and if I devote all my time to it, all my energy to it, I should be able to come quite far. I also saw this short documentary but talk on TED Talks, about the aging brain, and I always thought there was a limit to, as I grow older, that there is a limit to how good I can get. But these tasks here is not what the brain actually start doing worse. It's actually get better. What you get problems with when you get older is remembering numbers, many numbers in a row. But these tasks get better. And your intellectual, cognitive functions gets better. You get deeper. You understand more, and therefore you can become a better painter. And that was also an encouragement to start playing the piano, which I've been thinking about for a very long time. And I should do that now, because I don't want to die without trying. It's such a beautiful thing, so I want it to be a part of my life. Music. I never learned to play a instrument when I was a kid. don't think I had a attention span for it. I think if we had a piano, I would actually be more interested. We had an organ, and my grandmother used to play on it, and my father used to play on it, and he used to be quite good actually with all kinds of instruments. And my mom is good with her hands too, ceramics and stuff. But the point is, I hated the sound of this. I still do actually. I don't like the sound of organ. For some reason, I just can't stand it. And the thing we did in school was what we call a blockflöte, or one of these flutes. It was horrible a sound, and we had to sit there and play on this horrible sound thing. So I started chasing girls and do boxing karate instead. So I never played. But I always loved to dance. I have what's called, been told anyway, that I have this kind of perfect pitch. I always been able to pick up motion and music, rhythm very easily. And I'm going to put it to the test. See if I can actually go from not knowing notes or anything else to actually be able to play the piano. Not like concert-like, but just as a nice hobby, nice thing to do. Maybe play a couple of hours before you go to bed, or an hour or two, and that the good thing is, if you do that, the brain starts to connect the neurons when you're sleeping. And since I've been spending so much time on stupid TV series and stuff, so, I mean, if I could put time into creative works like that, it would be a nice hobby. It's a hobby, not a trade. Hobby. This is my trade. This is my life. But piano is so beautiful. Love piano music. So I'm gonna make love to my brain for the rest of my life with music, painting, taekwondo, training, eat right foods, maybe find a nice girl, help my daughter with her career, just live life and love. I don't care if I don't meet a girl, though. I had a lot of girls in my life. Actually, I'm going to paint a painting of a girl I was really in love with 6 years ago, which led to a lot of side effects, inflammation, depression, and I want to make it into a kind of a reflection over all the beautiful girls I had in my life, and that I'm grateful to them for being my friends and lovers, mistresses, and yeah, that's what I want to do with my life. That's what I'm talking about when I'm painting. forcing you to listen to if you want to see me paint. Learn from painting. Well, here it's very thick. Next time I make a painting like this, I will use more time on planning the sketch. And that is also why I want to do smaller stuff. To actually, I did say that, push myself to the limits on every level. I would also like to start doing sculpture again, clay, and drawing. Charcoal is great. I'm really ready for the future now. So I hope I don't die. That would be a bitch. Someday I get cancer. 3 weeks to live. That would be a bitch. Yeah. Because I have a lot to do before I leave. So, see here how tedious work this is. I'm just trying to find some kind of natural shapes and stuff. And you see, if I have bluish in it and I put on white, it just becomes too white. So then I put some green in, and maybe I should mix blue and red. See what happens then with the shadows here. So annoying. Anyway, I want this to feel perfect. Not perfect, but I want it to feel natural. This is also commission work, so it's kind of even more important to me. That's not more, but it's very important to me that I'm pleased with it. And this woman has been waiting for a long time, waiting for this painting. And comparing what I get paid for it to the work I put into it, it's just hilarious. So from now on, even if the paintings are small, I will start to take more money for them, because it just doesn't add up for the time I use. So, things that takes time should cost more. There is so much bullshit art out there, so much modern art, takes no time at all, and you get these high fucking prices for it. Like, just, I don't want it. Because I know artists, including me, are spending so much time on their work. They do not get paid for what they do, and it always comes down to no more which gallery or which. A good gallerist can take any artist and turning him to a star, and he doesn't even have to be good. Just have to. Good gallerist, or a famous gallerist, not necessarily good gallerist, but a famous gallerist, can do basically whatever they want. And it's a sad fact, really, because art should be about truth and about how much skill, and how much honesty and effort that is put into it. That's my opinion anyway. Now, art is just, art doesn't mean anything anymore, so that is why I prefer to call myself a painter. But since I'm basically working with art. I guess that is the category I fall into. But in my view, more like a aesthetic or doing aesthetic production. I think that would be a better term. Anyway. People are way better than me, so I just try to do the best I can. These shadows are quite nice because they are kind of in the greenish, bluish tone. It's a very cold tone. And I just love these nuances. Working with them is just great. And I kind of mixing black and reddish and blue colors and different hues to find it. And I kind of, that's with what I do. I can tend to find, I just start with some kind of sketch of or idea of what color it is, and then I just actually adding colors on the canvas until it starts to resemble the photo or the object I'm working with. Can be an object, can be a human, can be anything. Also looking forward to paint self-portraits again. I haven't done that in years. No idea why. And hopefully I will do a lot of them because it's very good training. And incredibly self-absorbed as I am, I can also use it to talk about topics I'm interested in, and painting, of course. Almost like a self-portraits. I see them as a diary in a way, and while painting them, you can actually talk about all kinds of stuff that is happening in the world and in my life, which is right now starting to get better and better. Yeah. procrastinating. Procrastinating? Well, I need to work on getting to the painting every day much faster than I'm doing now. That's for sure. And with this, I will keep painting and listen to some music. Okay, piano music. Yay! Okay, I am now getting deeper into detail. I'm trying to, or not trying, I am actually working on the different tones and shadows in basically all around. What I'm going to do now is to work in all the details, all the textures and stuff, and then I go back to the body and I do, or maybe I work this way, take the body and then details on this side. I will see what happens. It is the way to work when you get hung up in details and you can't really get further with it. You just have to try to put yourself down into kind of a zero mode, where you just spend hours, day after day, to actually do these things. The best thing is, when you do these nuance, is to do it wet in wet and put on first kind of the lines, and then after that again, since it's darker here and there, I will try to first I try to push this down. Okay, so it slides more in there, and then I go in and I maybe use, I look like it's more like a greenish tone, the French ultramarine, no, not French, Prussian blue, with some, maybe some yellowish in it. It's very difficult colors in this, and then I just drag like this. If you get my point, I just try to make all the all the different tones glide into one another, so it in the end creates a very natural feel to it. It's very time consuming, and you have to be extremely awake to do this kind of work, and you have to be patient, and it's a challenge on every level. And if you can't get into the flow, it's really hard, because then you just keep on adding paint without thinking, and then you can't really get into these deeper tones, and it becomes, since it's so small, it can easily become a little bit too drawn, if you get my point. It can become stiff, drawn, you don't really believe in it, and you don't want to go there. You want it to open up. I even seen some of Vermeer's paintings actually being too drawn, too many lines and stuff. And but the best ones are where he has managed to make all the different lines just glide into one another and just disappear in a puff of logic. Yeah, so that's the goal. I will actually do more. Maybe I should do more close-ups when I do this, so you can actually see what I'm doing. Actually, the customer called me and was a little bit angry because he had to wait so long, and I just had to explain to the guy, actually it's a woman, that these things are not, I can only give an estimate. When I start a painting like this, I can only give an estimate on when it can be finished. I can't give a concrete answer. And if people are starting to add if you add in suddenly they want to have it now, and you have to add in some pressure into it, what will suffer is quality. And I told him this. Well, we could take this now and basically send it off as it is, and people in general aren't able to see the difference except when I have done it. I can see into the future and see how I want it to become, and I also have some idea because of experience how to get there. But people in general can't see that. They can't really see. I don't think they see anything actually. Not until it's done. They can feel it when something is good or has been worked on. They can feel it. They can kind of empathize with it, but they can't explain it. Like I can explain it. I can explain why Vermeer is beautiful. I can see his mind, basically, in his brushstrokes and how he had been thinking when he has been painting it. It is almost like, I was listening a lot to Rachmaninoff piano concerts, and especially in the third. When I was painting, I started to understand, in a way, I can't guarantee that it's true, but I felt how he was thinking when he made the music. The nuance and how he was touching the notes and how he built up the music and how he was swaying you as the person who hear it from mood to mood, from the chaotic and abstract to the more almost cliche beauty of the calm in it. And it's kind of the same thing you do when you paint. I have a skill wall that stops me from really getting where I want, and I need to climb that wall and I need to jump over it. And then there will be another wall and another wall and another wall, and then in the end I'll be dead. But the point is that I know where my skill wall is, and it is exactly in what I'm doing now. I'm not good enough to foresee everything. so good that I can actually do it in almost one go. I need several goes to get to the subtleness, and also I have a lot of drawing issues that I need to fix. I need to start studying more shapes. As I say to people who ask me if I can look at their work, usually I tell them about how to think about texture, how to think about brushwork, how to keep the paintings open, avoid cliché, avoid the obvious symbolism that is in the brain. But then I see myself doing the same thing, maybe on a different level, but the same thing. Yeah. We have even symbols for lines in our heads, okay? So we tend to make these lines too hard, because that is what our simplistic brain will do when it's gonna crudely explain the room that you're in and how to interpret the room and the lines. It's almost like the brain operates on a level of symbolism and cliché. So you have to get over that wall. Try to see everything as nuance and texture. Yeah. Okay. Hope that helps. That was 10 minutes. You're gonna focus a little bit more. Okay. I am kind of getting there. I need my glasses today because I've been training hard, and so sometimes when I train hard, I did taekwondo today, basically the first time since my hip replacement, and went okay. I can do some low kicks. So anyway, yeah, enough with that. I'm going to start doing details. Like here, there is a. Maybe I should zoom a little bit. It's better if I zoom so you actually see what I'm doing. See what I'm doing now? Yeah. Now, this is some of the most important things also in my bigger paintings. The details like that. It is nail. I actually took it with me when I moved. I took the nail with me, but kind of the nail has been in my older paintings. That nail has been so much a part of the background in my paintings that I just ripped it off the wall and brought it with me. So I'll maybe put it into the wall over here. And to repeat that, repeat the kulisse, as it's called. I don't know what the English word for that. You know, it's like in theater when you make different. I was kind of wrong. Yeah. When you make the surroundings in the theater. What do you call that? I can't really get to the word right now. Yeah, whatever. Now this one is actually longer out. And you know, that is what is so time consuming with my stuff, because I'm so manic that I can't really accept things that aren't actually. I can see the shoulder is also going out here, so that brings it a little bit longer over there. I like it to be as close to correct as I can. You know, I put a line in here just to kind of get the. It's almost like I'm sketching the painting over and over again every time I work on it. And that's how I build it up. Oh shit. So just move things around. I really need to change the lighting in here because it is too. I don't know if it's not enough warmth in it. So I have problems seeing the warm colors. And then again, it's kind of a trade-off. And that is the thing when you don't work in daylight. I use daylight fluorescent lights, but I don't use daylight per se, like I don't stand in daylight painting. I remember I've done that, and daylight painting becomes very cold. But it's become probably correct compared to the colors of nature and stuff. But I have to find some light in here that mimics that both the I need both, or the whole spectre, both warm and cold. So anyway, I've been using way too much energy on this. This is a typical thing, it's a commission work, and it always becomes so personal for me. If it wasn't for it was a commission, I could actually maybe even have done it a little bit faster because I'm not getting that neurotic. But I should try now to get away from commissions and only do the artwork that I want to do. Of course I want to do this. It's not that. I chose it myself. Well, I chose it with the customer, which is quite pissed now because she's been waiting for this painting for a long time. But that's how it is, you know, painting, and I had my hip replacements and everything, and it's not easy. It's not like you just start painting. You kind of have a ritual every day that I have to go through. And I have to try not to shorten down the ritual time so I can get more straight to the paint. And I have a job. Yeah, it's greener. It's so difficult because I try to find that greenish that are in the photo, but it's kind of magenta, no, not magenta, It is some kind of green and blue that I have a really hard time finding on my palette or mix. So it tend to become a little bit too warm blue. But then again, why not? I love the Prussian blue. It's funny because I didn't use it for many years because it was so hard to control. But I really love it now. So. Okay. It's like I'm not able to stop. I'm not able to say, okay, enough is enough. It's not in me. I just keep working and keep adding. And just kind of a strange situation. I have so many great paintings in my head, and I need to get them out. It's like, I was wondering about starting to play the piano, but I actually decided not to, because I just can't handle more distractions. But what would happen is that I would probably go into it with all of me, and it will probably be better if I stick to my painting and try to make that as good as I can during my lifetime. Just now ebbing out quite fast. 30 years ago now, 30 years ago, and it was, yeah, it's basically 30 years ago since I started here in art school. And it went like that. And I have on average 30 more years to live. I need to get out of this thinking, because I think it's destroying me. I've had so much shit the last few years now. Pain, emotional anhedonia, all this. And that has kind of become a problem, a huge problem, to be honest. And I have to actively start working myself out of it. Fucking need to be happy. I need to become happy again. What is the source of happiness? Huh. Now, there's good things with thinking about. I wasted a lot of time on growing up the last 30 years, I have to say. I was a spoiled brat. I've had too much help from my parents when I fucked up. I have the greatest parents you can imagine. It's just such great people. And my brother is great. My father is beautiful. My mother is fantastic. They have their faults, of course, like we all do. But in love, the beautiful love that they, and the patience they had with this big baby, it's so incredible. I think I'm gonna make a YouTube video on a different channel, maybe I have another channel that I'm building up just to talk about politics and all kinds of stuff. I just don't want to mix my channels too much. I don't want to be too political on this painting channel. So my political stuff I want to play somewhere else. It's just to have a voice, you know, it feels good to say things. But I think I'm gonna make some more of my Big Think videos, and I would like to make a tribute to my parents. Actually, I would like to make a painting of them. A tribute painting. Because if I can deserve it, you know. As I told my father and my mother the other day, that if I was pregnant with me and I could look into the future and see how I acted, I would have had an abortion. There's no doubt about it. This kid, no. I'm not gonna deal with that shit, you know. Using all this money, getting into trouble, being bailed out by his parents, just to do it over and over again for years. It's just ridiculous. Maybe it comes with the artist thing, you know. My family is very emotional, and we tend to have compulsive behavior. And for my mother and father who has more stable frames around them, which when I was actually, before I started painting, I was a welder on home island Karmøy, on Haugesund Mekaniske Verksted. Haugesund Mechanic work, yeah, blah blah blah. And then you have these, I was training, I was working, and I was chasing girls. That was basically what my life was about. And then I became an artist. I started in art school and drawing school. And I didn't have these boundaries anymore. And it's very hard to control the type of personality that is all over the place all the time. It's like, I think that is my most exhausting. That's the most exhausting thing for me. It is this constant battle between what I emotionally like to do and And what I should do. That is crazy. I have so many distractions. It is just ridiculous. I'm gonna kill one of them tonight, actually. Decided. Just decided. Yeah. It's gonna be nice when I start to get in all these details in the wall. I need basically 3 more goes. Also gonna have her jewelry in there. And, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking now, and I'm gonna paint for a while, and then I'm gonna focus closer so you can actually see what I'm doing. Okay. My videos become so long. Yay. Here we go. What I just did, so I did something quite intense here. I couldn't really get the nipple to glide into the it became some kind of a kant, as it's called in Norway, almost like a crack between, because I have been painting so much over here, putting in so much texture, that it actually started to give me problems when I was going to link this one and this one. So when I put on paint here, it kind of made a line that didn't make it melt together. So I just went in with my Mulat Cobra, and I just started to take down the textures like this, and I flattened it out basically because I actually had built too much texture. I did actually the same thing here because I just couldn't, when I started to paint on top of this, it was too thick, so I couldn't get the new details in because they were conflicting with all the other stuff. And things like that is annoying. I actually also did it here and the arm. So I toned it down a little bit. I kept much of it here because I don't know why really, because I could probably do the same thing here. What has happened is that, well, as I said in the video of the other small painting, I got into trouble with the fact that I put on too much texture, and it just started to become conflicts. I couldn't really get that nice, yeah, the niceness. Anyway, so that's what I did, and now I'm just gonna go in and it helped actually. I felt almost like I got a new start in a way, because I don't like, in our heads we have, as I've been talking about many times, we had a lot of symbols for everything, and I made the nipples a little bit too drawn in a way, and for me to be able to let it more melt into the skin tones, like I just had to remove some of the textures. And it's every painting has its own, is a learning curve. So now I can go in and put in some nice shadows here, and I'm very, as you can see, I'm very ruthless with myself when it comes to details, and I won't accept anything but the best I can do. Of course, that has its limits, which I'm becoming basically more and more clear. It's becoming more and more clear to me that I have quite a big job in front of me to become what I want to become. So hopefully I will get into the groove and really be able to go deep, very deep indeed. There's a very subtle tone, so it keeps it down, but also want to have contrast. So I have to find a balance between these two things. Also, I had put on so much white that it wasn't possible for me to get that to kind of get it up to. The white didn't work anymore. I've been talking about that in other videos too. When you put on too much white and you think that's going to turn into light, it doesn't happen, because what brings out the light is all the colors around it. White in itself doesn't give more light in a way. You have to kind of, now I want to go over it like this, if you can see. I just want to make everything just slide into one another. I mean, if I should get really paid for all the time I've been using on this, it would be way more than I got actually. And from now on I'm gonna, if people want commission work, I will start making them pay more than gallery price for it, because the stress by not, and time, and the thing that is very personal when it is commission work really taps me for energy. So I want to get better paid for it when I do stuff like that. Hopefully I will get away from commission works altogether. This is actually a painting I wanted to paint, so it's not that I didn't want to paint this painting. It's a part of my photo portfolio. So it's a picture I've taken a long time ago, and it's a lot of beautiful pictures, motifs. So of course it is definitely within the frame of what I do. It is that personal thing that becomes such a stressful. The worst is actually if you're going to paint a person and you have in a way a responsibility, personal responsibility. That's the worst when it comes to likeness and when it comes to. Usually I pull it off, usually. But it's difficult and it's draining. So I'm going to try to get away from it. Unless they pay me a hell of a lot of money. Yeah, that's better. Also scraped away here. So now it has a nice texture. The texture is there anyway, but it is more, it's nicer. Okay. I need to evolve my vocabulary in English. So I'm going to start reading English art books and stuff, which I had for years actually. So I'm trying to evolve my English to a higher level because I'm stuttering too much, trying to find words and stuff. It's not good. Okay. It's so nice here because I have some very nice pure colors that I can put on top, like the blue here, to create a natural shadow. And I just have to keep working with that to create natural skin. There was actually a guy, actually an asshole, but that asked me how I made skin tone, and I told him not a particular color. It's more like you paint any object. You have to look and you have to try to pick up the colors you see and do the best you can to repeat them. And he wouldn't accept it because there has to be some recipe for skin, and I said there isn't. Of course, if it is a painting here with a lot of light in it, the skin color would lean to the more reddish and bluish and greenish and stuff. If it is a deeper, darker thing, it would be different colors. You can't use the same colors on dark skin as you can use on white skin, and also day and night, and what kind of light you actually have the model in when you took the photo or have her as a model. Also has a lot to say what kind of colors that actually reflects in her or his skin. So there's not a simple way to explain how to create skin color, sadly. I remember when I was young, I bought some color that was called flesh tint, like flesh color. Okay, you could actually mix it. It was kind of a reddish broken color. Of course you could mix it with other colors too, but it's laughable to sell a color called flesh tint or skin color. That is just ridiculous because it doesn't exist. So I'm going to put on some glaze here, see how all I can actually start glazing now, I can see that, and it starts to come alive a little bit, and that is nice. Glaze. It was very smart of me to use that knife. I was so unsure if I was going to do it, but sometimes you just need to break it all down and start all over again, because if you don't, you just keep on doing the same mistake over and over and over again, and you don't really get anywhere. So yeah, don't be afraid to do some drastic measures. You can always put on more paint. There are more paint in the tube. And that's the good thing about oil painting, that you can always do more. And you can tear it down and you can build it back up again many times. So, yeah. This shadow underneath here is very important because it reflects the breast. There's also some reddish just underneath here. It's a reflection of the light that comes from here, so it reflects in there and it explains the shape of it. Yeah. So much better now. Okay. She has some jewelry on it, and I'm gonna try to put that on. You see, I built up everything before I do that, and of course I will work around it. Just to come across. I think it's this girl is a kind of rock and roll child. Not a child, she's a grown woman. It's years ago since I took this. So it's funny because now I'm at a point in life where I really starting to look back. Appropriate, people get the 40-year crisis. I never had that. But now, finally, it feels more like I have well, they call it a midlife crisis, but that should be in the 40s, not the 50s. And the thing is that it isn't, what should I say? It is just, I feel like I'm drowning in the things that I haven't done. And I'm also drowning in regrets from things that should be been done differently. And I need to snap out of it because it's not healthy. It leads me into depression. And depression leads to the wrong focus. So I need to find my happy self again. I also have a studio outside the center of the city, and I kind of love the life in the city, and I might just have to try to do some real good sales and try to get back into the center of the city. Get a new studio down there because it's not far actually. It takes me 8 minutes to cycle down to the city center. So it's not much, but it's kind of enough that you feel yourself isolated. And kind of like that lively thing. When I do, yeah, that was a digression. When I do these paintings, that are this small, I should bring out Vermeer and study Vermeer more, so that I learn from him, because he has solved these tiny problems in a very good way in many of his paintings. So, and it's also nice to have when you paint stuff like that, which actually in a way is in the tradition of Vermeer and the Deft school. What was that called? It is really smart to look to these great painters and learn from them. It's quite difficult now to get that. So many details there. There's a shadow just underneath here. And there's kind of a stone in the middle, and around the stone there is metal, silver maybe. But I will make it happen in the end. So when you do stuff like that, you really start to appreciate the people who are really, really good at photorealism, the ones who do not use a projector and stuff. Because it really is difficult. It's not an easy task. So here, there's a shadow here, there's a playful shadows that falls on her neck down here, actually more in bluish, but then I first have to finish the chest and these, and then I put on that shadow after. It's the last thing you do, so I get that thing, that the shadow kind of falling on the skin, not actually being a part of the skin. Oh. This is why things take time. And I just love working with it. Then now I'm putting on shadows here. I wasn't actually going to, but what I always will do is that I will make the shadows and then I put light points in between, or even if it has dried on top. I'm looking forward to finish off a lot of commission works now. It has been hanging over my head for months and actually years. 2 years, because I couldn't paint properly because I had my pain. And now I'm just gonna work myself through it. And that is the way to get out of this kind of depressive state. I just have to start somewhere and just gnaw like a rat. Like a rat through a wall to get to the cheese on the other side. So, and you can't really think about the miles you are going to go before you get there. You just have to start and let time do the rest, and try not to think about it. That is the best way to get these things done. And that is exactly what I'm going to do. Because I'm sick of wasting time, I'm sick of wasted life, and I'm sick of feeling that I'm not actually making the best out of stuff. And I have so much beautiful stuff that I've sketched up. Huge paintings. Beautiful stuff that are going to be so nice to work with. So, yeah. I'm sorry for my rants, it's just I'm standing here thinking all day, and it's almost like I have a company. I want it to be good, and that's what I'm working on. It's almost like I drag the colors in like this, I put on there, then I do some lighter stuff. You can see there are some yellowish inside it. So I take some yellow and some red, and I kind of just go over it again, and I link it all together into one surface. So now the textures I put on now are more focused and more controlled. So I'm getting a way better result than I did before. And from now on, when I do these small ones, I will really try to keep it down as I progress. Okay. Oh, that was a half an hour. Jesus. Well, hope you learned. Okay, so I am going to start finishing this. Hopefully soon I will be done. Yeah, there's nothing more to say about that. The customers are waiting for it, and I guess I really need to get it done. And this has become well, it feels a little bit like every painting I do is a kind of a spring brett, something like a thing where I jump until, like when you jump into the sea, you have this thing jump on, like the divers. And almost like every time I do a new painting, I come to realize that all the things that I take with me into the next painting, it's quite amazing. And it happens to happen here too, you know. So I'll bring it up a little bit here into the blue, and then I will roll these nice leaves. Actually, I wonder about picking a leaf and just take a photo of it and paint it. A leaf, I guess it's a leaf. It's fall, it's almost, I guess the first snow is going to start falling in so long, so people say, oh, it's winter, so fuck. It's not soon, it's summer again. That's my way of looking at it. So you see here, I do paint dry on top of that layer. I just enhance it. I start dry. And then I just keep on painting on it, and the medium is getting into the colors over time. I had some medium in now. What happens then is that it becomes more fluid, and I don't really, it's not, I like better the dryness of the color, straight from the tube without the medium. Because when I clean my pencil, some of the medium, because I use the medium to clean my pencil, some of the medium then comes into the paint anyway, and for time it is enough for it to kind of dry pretty fast. So is it actually warmer here? I think, no, up here is more in the green. It's more in the red down here, so we go up here, it's more in the green. And I have to do something about that. Yeah. I'm kind of manic when it comes to these details, so I could probably send it off, but it's not me. I need to get it right, at least approximately right, when it comes to the paint. And it's very important to me. I guess it's why I don't why I find doing commission works a little bit exhausting, because I tend to have a deadline, or people expect that things are going to be finished very fast, and it's not how it works. It's not a rocket science. It's that is kind of dumb. analogy. It's not building a chair or a table that you have already a drawing for. You have to go deeper, dig deeper than that. That's why it can take more time. So, anyway. Yeah. It's nice to start with the surroundings actually, because then I will get into the flow. And when I go down here and start with the details, it's easier for me to get in touch with them. Get in touch with the flow or the details. It's very hard to paint if you are staying in the conscious. That's why sometimes when I paint, I just forget to talk, and that's probably a good thing. I should start streaming on YouTube, because I can have kind of I can set off like 10 hours and I put on a coffee can and I just go, and people can come in and watch, ask questions in super chat, and I can do that maybe a couple of times a month with bigger paintings. I think that could be interesting for people. I have to get more organized. I'm an artist, I'm not that organized, okay? That's always been a problem for me. It's tragic because even bills, I forget to pay them. It's not that I don't have the money, but I just forget, and then I have to pay extra. And I wasted so much money on just not focusing. Just take them out of your post box and pay them when you get them. Get it done. So it's done, and then you can do other things. Anyway, let me see now. I'm gonna put in that leaf has a nice, there are some red in this, because, or even greenish, because the shadow to that thing is quite, this was not good pencil anymore. Anyway, it's up here. Just use this one. It's better. Okay, that's a leaf, which has kind of earthy colors. And that's also quite difficult because I use a lot of clean colors around it, and then I'm gonna have these earthy, like raw umber, raw sienna stuff in there, and it can easily clash with the clean colors. So I have to find a way to keep that tone down in kind of a greyish tone, but it also has to feel warm because there's orange in it, so just have to experiment with it. and see what happens. I'm gonna work this way. I'll also work here. Just work myself through it. Keep this until later so I don't touch it and it kind of just becomes a mess. I can get in with the brighter colors first. And just sketch it correctly. So how many are there? One there, here, and yeah. Okay. There's a nail here. And it's funny. I'm gonna do this a little bit clear. It actually is more in. I'm gonna try to make it less drawn after this by going over it with some blue and white to keep it down. I don't want it to be drawn, or if this is too strong, it takes the focus away from the foreground. So I have to feel lighter. Yeah, that's better, I guess. You see now, should have been a little bit closer to her arm, but I think I just gonna leave it like that. It's always annoying because that's the manic part of me. I always want it to be totally correct. And I don't really care about being a photorealist, so I have this conflict and just take it away and I'll do it like it actually is. I think the arm is correct now. I just have to mold it and make it more natural. But this one is actually closer to her arm. And then it goes down, actually all the way down here. So this is totally wrong. So that's what happens when I just start painting and I don't look. I just have to take it away. And it's just as well, just scrape it off. It looks quite brutal, probably, but it makes it easier to get a cleaner look, because now there's not so much color there. Yeah. So it's no wonder these pictures or paintings takes time, because that is what I do. I just keep on moving stuff around and trying to find that sweet spot where it's supposed to be, you know, that. That's why you can actually see. I just want to emphasize that I don't find my own paintings to be important in any way other than for me and for people who like what I do on the scale of my objective standards, which is the best painters in the world. I am totally content with not viewing what I do to be important at all in the light of all the beauty created by everything from Leonardo, Rembrandt, Turner, Vermeer, and all these great artists. But as a project, my paintings can contribute a little bit to putting some more poetry into the world and help a few people to pick up their hobby or learn. And I know people do that. Some, a few, it's not many, but some. The channel isn't that big, but somebody even likes my rants, and that's cool. I cannot stop myself. And I also find it to be a very good way to document my work. And yeah. But if I should compete or have this idea that I should make something that were objectively as important as my heroes, painters, the greats, I would really fall through. So that would be a horrible situation to live in. So if you're a painter, you have it as a hobby, or you just, you just love doing it, just do it, Don't worry about why and how. Yeah, worry about how, not why. And take your time and just paint, be content with it. I hear so many times people say, oh, I could never do that, I have no talent for that. You don't know what you have talent for until you have done it for years. There is not a single person, unless you're a total Rain Man type with a photographic memory, that can just pick up a pencil and then paint as good as the masters, or paint at all actually, because we are all doing the same mistakes. So I just think that so talent is just another word we use on people that has actually done the dirty work, years of dirty work. And that goes for everything, from in sports, in science, in painting, in any skill-based stuff. You can actually be an artist overnight. That is no sweat, because art is total relativism. Modern art is just, it has no objective standard. I mean, if your objective standard is ready-mades and Duchamp and modern conceptual art with no skill attached, like all these installations with a lot of garbage and heap and stuff, anyone can be an artist. And that's what art is suffering from these days. The lack of an objective standard is a catastrophe. Just think what would happen to science if you removed the objective standard, if you removed the evidence and the skill. You wouldn't get any rocket or anything off the ground. You wouldn't be able to drive your cars. You wouldn't be able to do anything. So you can be an artist easily, but to be a good painter or evolve into becoming a good painter, that demands skill and time and effort and frustration and all the things that for us who love a challenge, love. You see, I go back and forth even with the show. I thought I was done, but I wasn't. And yeah, that's what I do. I measure, I sketch, and then I start building and building and building. I go back and forth, trying to find the right spot. Because if I was more academic, which I'm not an academic painter. I'm more a fiddler, you know, I just do it until, it's kind of my paintings are a sum of all the corrections. I don't do a perfect sketch. I'm not even able to do a perfect sketch. Well, maybe that's the reason why I don't. I think the main reason why I do not make perfect sketches is the fact that I don't have a more rigid classical education. I have more try and fail. So, education. And of course, all the great painters in the world. Anyway, that was a long rant, as usual. Hope you got something out of it. Because I actually do. Because I have to think about what I do and why. And it's good for my English. So, yeah. I'm going to put in a shadow here. It's very blue. I think it's very hard to see exactly what color, but inside here there are some reddish, yellow, not yellow. There's some. It's hard to say. It's warm because yeah, since it is blue, shadow is more in the blue. I'm pretty sure that the color I'm looking for in the wall there is somewhere in the reddish, orange, brown, somewhere. I'll figure it out. Let's see. This one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's actually longer down. It's like here. This one too. It's more like this. This one is about here. And like this. Yes. I've been eating too much fruit and my insulin is going all over the place. And I actually wonder if I'm going to start using the drug metformin. It is also good for holding back the aging process, and it's very good for people with sugar resistance, which I have in droves. It's just in my DNA. You know, the ADHD brain tend to be very sugar resistant, insulin resistance. That's why I get so easily addicted to stuff. And when I have sugar in my blood, I actually have problem focusing. It's really annoying. But metformin can actually help on that, and it's also slow down the aging process I've seen, so I might do that. Take like 500 milligrams a day or something. I don't have diabetes, but I kind of, I used to drink a lot and ate too much carbs. I think I was on my way to it. But now usually I'm in ketosis, fat burning, so I don't have that problem. But as I say, today have been a struggle because of too much sugar in my blood. Check up with my doctor if I could get metformin. Also will dampen inflammation. Okay, so what am I doing now? Well, I'm softening up. I'm gonna get in details and I'm gonna soften up a lot of the things around. You know, to soften up these things, get details in, and do kind of go over it. I'm gonna start here and I'm gonna work this way. And then I'm going to go back and I'm going to fix the rest of this one, and I do hope that I will in a day or two be able to say hasta la vista baby. That will be great because I've spent way too much time on this. as usual. Actually, when I get into trouble, I always get into trouble these days for some reason. Maybe I should just stop talking about it. I don't know what it is with this one. I've been fighting. It is kind of the greenish bluish thing that has become quite difficult for me. So I have to find the right colors, and I also had to do with my operations and some complications and some pain and kind of rebuilding both my mind and my body after my hip replacements. I am the type of person that kind of try to ignore maybe if I'm tired, or if I kind of try to ignore the fact that I have a hard time. But so that is one of the reasons why it's taking a long time. And the people who actually, it is a commission work, and they really want it. And I try to explain to them that I got a text message the other day, now I want my painting. And I said, well, I want to get rid of this painting too, you know. It's not that I'm earning more money every time I do another touch-up, or if I should be dumb enough to fuck it up. I don't get rich by not calling it quits, but it's a matter of pride, a matter of quality. It's basically a matter of having to look yourself in the mirror and say, did my best, and yeah, I don't want to deliver things before I think it's good enough. And if I can keep my focus for a few days, I think I'm going to be able to do it, to make it happen. You see now, the thing is that I have to make this, I have to make it disappear, but also be there. And that is the most difficult parts of the painting process, when you're going to dissolve lines and get things to kind of breathe freely. I also want to have some more detail in the background, in the wall there, some more things in the background here. And I just, now I increased this out, and I was actually did a wrong thing, because I started to paint on details before I was in my flow. So I have to, but this can actually result in me getting access to a better dissolving of the line here, because now I have to drag it in. I'm gonna start pestering myself with these small paintings now, and I'm going to try to just finish all my, I have a lot of unfinished commission works. I'm going to try to phase out everything and not taking it anymore. So I can focus in a different way, because it is better to paint when you don't have a personal responsibility to the people who wants the painting. And you don't have to make it finished on a certain date or anything. You can just have fun with it. You can afford actually fucking up. That's a very important part of the process, being able to afford, like when it comes to time and painting, that you can actually fuck up without any real consequence. So that's called leverage. If I fuck up, I can just, okay, I screw this up. I'm just gonna put it up against the wall, and I'm gonna pick out another one. I'm gonna keep painting on another one for a few days, and then I'm gonna take it back and work on it again. That is the best way to work with paintings. Not having this thing hanging over your head. Oh, I need to be finished, I can't fuck up. So try to get some both leverage when it comes to time and also money, so you can say no. It's like if I won the lottery, a few billions, I wouldn't stop painting. I would actually paint more, because I didn't have to think about expenses. I didn't have to think about selling them. I didn't have to think about anything. I just do what I love the most. Seeing results, being born. So I didn't think so much about that before. But I realize now that my mom was right. I should have saved more money, so I now could have more leverage. Don't get me wrong, I do the best I can when I have a commission work. It's even worse, as I say. But the best thing is to avoid it. You're totally free. And it's a luxury. You have to know it's Western luxury, especially if you're born in Norway. With the social security we have, and universal health care and all these things. Well, we pay a lot of taxes for it, that's true. But as an artist, it's quite good to be a Norwegian. Both because of Norwegians has the money to buy more expensive artworks. It takes a lot of time to make stuff, so, yeah. As you can see, I just try to now work with this. I'm just gonna, keep on doing these things. Fuck, I ruined this. Oh, I should have been more careful with this one. What a shame. Maybe we can heat it up a little bit, because I think it's synthetic, so it's kind of plastic. If I heat it up a little bit with hot water, I might be able to get it back into shape. the bricks. There's some bricks, there's some plaster, and you can see the bricks underneath it, and I want these small details in my painting. It's actually Friday night and I didn't even go out because I want to paint. Last weekend I was doing taekwondo with my Iranian taekwondo trainer, and I was doing some kicks for once after my went quite well, low kicks, but I was too early, so my muscles has been hurting like crazy all week, so it's better now. So that also set me back, because when you're back in pain it's hard to focus on the paint. But now I'm feeling quite okay. So I'm going to see if I can finish this thing. Okay. Yeah. So I want to get that kind of plaster feel to it, but the problem is also this. I knew I was going to get into trouble with the colors in this one, but I just wanted to do it anyway. It's typical me. I see a problem and I challenge myself to solve it. And it's quite difficult to get this greenish color, which I also feel that there is some yellow and red in it. And at the same time, I need to keep it down. I can't just, it's a white wall, but this is the white part. So I can't just pour in a lot of white colors here. I need to let it I need to keep it down also. It's not easy. And there's another thing too. I don't want it to feel drawn or like a cartoon. I don't want it to be stiff and dead and plastic. So there are so many dimensions that I have to think about at the same time. That is what makes it hard. But that is also what makes it exciting. I posted a video of this green apple the other day. Yesterday, was it? And I was struggling so much with that green apple that I really thought I was going to give up. But I refused to give up. And I kind of managed to save it. And it was a PATRON giveaway. So the guy who won it, he was here and picked it up. And he loved it. And yeah, it was kind of worth it, so, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, create that perfect illusion. Actually, my eyes are now trying, when I look at the painting and the photo, I'm kind of getting closer and closer for every time I paint. So, yeah, I will just paint a little bit more. Maybe I should just zoom a little. And then can paint more later. So. Yay. Work, work, work. Trying to get this neons here right. It's really driving me crazy. As usual. I say that a lot. But it is exactly what it's doing. Because I can't really seem to close the deal again. And yeah, I have a hard time finding the right colors in this. But I'll keep banging on until it starts to feel right. And neons is so... There's some blue and a bluish in the shadows, which I'm trying to figure out, which is really difficult. The strange thing is that it looks very easy on the photo, but to get that, it's almost like you have to think light but dark, and finding this natural color underneath here is kind of greenish, bluish. It's a lot of ishes, and it's the ishes that are hard to figure out. You know, there's going to be some more right underneath here. For paintings like this, I should have takes so much time to do it, so much effort, especially when it is a commission work, that I should basically not think size when I say the price, but actually just have the price at the same level as a bigger figure painting, because it's exactly the same amount of work, and often it's even more difficult. So yeah, but if I just paint these things on my own time and don't have to think about that I have to be finished or I have to succeed, it will be easier. And that is something I have to work on, my schedule and my time, so I have the freedom to screw up big time. Talking about that a lot lately, but it's true. It's like leverage, it's like money in the bank. Yeah. You want these nuances to kind of glide into one another. So you can't really see where it ends or where it starts to get that natural feeling. Natural feeling. That's what I'm working on. So typical, I ruined it. Forgot this, and now it's gone. This beautiful pencil, I just bought it. Paid a lot of money for it. And that's how it is when you don't concentrate. Well, maybe it's not totally gone. But the thing is, when colors comes in between the hairs, and you don't wash them properly, it starts to kind of spread like a, I won't even say it. And you can't really do precision work with pencils that are spreading their hairs like that. It's actually quite sad. And the size here, I'm just... It's that skill wall again, you know. I'm talking about all the time. You know, you reach a certain point and you really can't get further. And it's so frustrating. This thing in the middle here. Just this jewelry on it. When you look at Rembrandt's jewelry, the work he put into that is just stunning. And well, his things was maybe a little bit bigger, but you can have it as an objective standard anyway. We'll build micro textures. Some days I can really feel that it's going my way. Other days it's just horrible. And I'd so decided to finish this one off today, but I see now that it won't be possible again. It's just so annoying. This is a lovely blue stone. Should use some cobalt on it. Yeah, that's actually better. And what I need to do is the things around it to enhance the actual jewelry. I wish I had a better zoom lens so I could go all the way in here. myself a new lens so I can do extreme detail for you. Okay, we'll go down. The thing is, when I look at the painting and I look at the photo, it's getting quite close. Almost as close that I'm starting to have problems actually seeing where to go. That's a good sign, I guess. So I don't know if I can see green. Can actually be red, actually. It's just nuts. Or reddish. Like here. I have to get, there's so many levels that I have to kind of get life into this piece. You know, at some point you start to wonder if you're just going to give the people their money back and say, you know, this is going to take me an infinite amount of time and effort. And I won't be able to finish it in the time frame that they want. Because it's too complex and I need more time. I need peace of mind. Sometimes that is actually a good solution. forgot that you were here. Maybe that's a good thing. I went into deep flow for a moment there, as you maybe noticed. So, yeah. Well. Okay. I'm gonna put on some retouche vernish to see if I can today finish this. I have been working on this now for way too long, and I really do feel like finishing it off. But we'll see what happens. It has been a very difficult thing to finish. So I have to be a little bit careful here because the colors are quite thick and it's only been drying for basically a week or 5 or 6 days. So actually I hang it over an oven so it dries a little bit faster between the layers. Plus there are some cobalt cicative in my linseed oil. I think that's what it says, and it makes it dry a little bit faster. But you never know, because sometimes when you put on the retouche vernish too early, you kind of dissolve layers and stuff. Especially if I go over it. Again, if I start to kind of go into it again now, it will probably start dissolving a little bit, and you do not want that. It's, if it doesn't really matter if it's in the beginning, because I'm gonna paint over it anyway. But if you wanna finish stuff, it can be a problem. So be careful with that. Now I'm using this small pencil. I use this because I want to control it a little bit. I just want to go over it in huge sways. I think it's becoming. I have some problems. My eyes are getting tricked by the lines because the lines in this painting are quite massive actually. And I'm having some problems dissolving the lines, and that is probably because the lines are actually there, and usually painting or something can be, usually it is not that hard in the nuances. So, but you know, there it dissolved a little bit, you know. See here? So anyway, it was just a little bit. Because some places I put on really thick colors or a lot of color, and you can do one time, but if you push it in more, just boom, it dissolves. What I will do today is to try to dissolve. I'm going to work on the whole thing, but I'm trying to get these lines right, and some shadows, some details, and get this line here to be more glides into the background, and just work all over the place, and hopefully in 8 hours time I have maybe come to the finish line. Actually I doubt it, but I will do my best. So I'm going to dry it a little bit, and I'm going to do a focused glaze and then just start painting. And voila! Yes, here we are. Go away. Go away now. Let me see some glazing with my retouche. No, not retouche, sorry. With my medium. Yeah, that's the pencil. Color really sure where to put it, but I think I'm gonna just have a little bit. I'm not gonna do very much actually, and because it is almost, I think I'm gonna do some down here. The thing is that I just want to have something to work with. It's easier for me to paint on it when it has some glaze on it. It becomes a little bit sticky, which I find to be very helpful. Hear some, yeah, hear sound. Yeah. Here has to be some, I have to get some green. It's so difficult because it's basically a green, bluish, reddish color. So skin tone, and it's very difficult for me to pinpoint exactly what color it is. So I'm struggling with that. But you know, when you then solve it, it's always the thing that, you know, I can push this down a little bit here. When you solve it, the feeling of solving the problem is always just unbelievably great. When you at some point manage to say, yes, I got it right. So, I guess that is why I keep banging this drum over and over again. I'm just going to put on some more here. Actually, I'm using cadmium red here in some of it. Just want to get this kind of transparent reddish color, which also is in here, underneath the breast here, and cross over a little bit. All these things are so important. So also a way to kind of get some transparent darkness can be very nice to just do the glaze and you put it on like this, just over that dark, and the other things will then just come true. So you don't actually make it a, you don't, doesn't disappear, what's underneath doesn't disappear, it just becomes a little bit deeper, you get that thing in it, and you also add a little bit more color to the surfaces, which can also be quite great actually. Lives up the surfaces. And as I say, it gives me something to work with, so yeah, it's all good. So, it's funny that I can't finish this. It is a commissioned work and I have such problems when it comes to commission. Now there was a couple who asked if I could actually paint them and a newborn baby, and I just have to get paid for it. You know, I can't do any more works of art, and I gave them a price, so see what happens. Because sometimes I could actually, when it comes to things like commission work, I get into this almost. I get into this personal thing with it. I don't know. It's some. Yeah, it's basically like when I was a child and I hadn't done my homework and I was told by the teacher to get up to the blackboard, or I had done my homework. Usually I hadn't, but because I was that kind of a child and my mother didn't force me to, so because she felt sorry for me. That was a big mistake. Anyway, I went out to play. Anyway, when I was pulled up to the blackboard and didn't know what the fuck I was going to do, I always had this horrible feeling. Strange really, that I didn't learn from it. That there would be an incentive for actually doing your homework. But anyway, when I have a commission work, despite that I'm actually done my homework, I have that feeling that it's never good enough. I do of course have that feeling also when I do only things that I want to do and it's not a commission work. But when it's commission work, it's almost like the customer is a teacher and I feel like a failure. So I'm trying desperately to convince the teacher that it's good. And in the same way, I try to convince myself that it's good enough, but I'm not able to convince myself ever because I am subjective and it is basically a neurosis in a way. This can never be good enough. Now it leads to that I go deeper and that I really try hard. So it maybe have a silver lining, but I can also think can be quite paralyzing. It makes me paint less because the pain of actually getting into it when you struggle with that low self-esteem and you can't really feel that you're good enough and all these things, it can be crippling. You just can't get started. There's something holding you back all the time. And it's really, really difficult. Yeah. So, anyway, that's how it is to be a painter. Plus, actually I see quite good now because I do intermittent fasting and I'm lost a little weight, actually probably around 12 or 14 kilos of fat, and I still have I think 4 kilos more to lose before then I will be like 72 kilos in the morning, and that's okay, and then I will pile on like 10 kilos of muscle so it gets stronger. So I will first go down and then increase my weight up to about 80 again, but with only muscle and strength. So yeah. So my eyesight has actually become better. And on Monday I'm going to start a 3-day fast. I'm not going to do it tomorrow because I'm training with my crazy Iranian taekwondo trainer, and after those trainings I'm really worn down and I need food, but I'm going to have a very good food tomorrow. Then from Monday to Wednesday I'm going to do a 3-day fast. Of course I drink coffee and water, tea and stuff like that. But I'm going to put my body totally into repair mode, and I'm going to actually make a video of it that I'm going to put on my other channel, All Things Knut Vikshåland. So I'm going to see how my body actually changes during that fast. Yeah. I love painting. It's so strange because I usually have great problems. It's actually Saturday night today, and I thought, okay, I haven't been that focused, and I always have these problems getting going. So I thought, okay, instead of going out to meet friends and stuff, just stay the fuck home and paint. I used like 4 hours getting started, and now it's like 2 in the morning, and I will paint at least until 7, I think. It's only 5 hours. I was actually going to put in 8 hours today, but I really couldn't get started. But if I did go out, I wouldn't get started at all. So I'm gonna do what's necessary now to get on top, because after all the pain and all the agony I had for a few years now, my brain has also got hit, you know. When you have chronic pain, your brain also gets inflated in a way. You get inflammation in your whole body, and when you get inflammation, you become depressed, and it actually affects your neurons. So now when my hips are good, I can still feel that I have this fatigue hanging around, but it's getting much better. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to take a while, and I'm going to put myself down to basically 0. I'm not going to concern myself with girls and parties and or whatever happens out there. I'm just gonna get all my shit together, get all my commission works finished, and get on top, you know. And yeah, and get that pleasure back, you know. In the end there, when I was in chronic pain, I could stand there for like 1 hour, 2 hours, and when I tried to, if I dropped the pencil down to the floor, I almost couldn't pick it back up again. It was just so severe, and it affects everything, you know. You just you become depressed. You don't want to get out of bed. And it's funny, I actually had a conversation with a friend of mine last night. I was had a coffee with him. I actually had a beef and a coffee and some food, just for a couple of hours. And he is depressed, and he is drinking too much, and he doesn't even have a job right now. And I was talking with him about that, and I just explained to him how, because my depression started before I got the arthritis severely, I probably had arthritis for 12 years when I think about it. But I didn't know, I just felt more and more fatigued. And I was also drinking more, I was eating more sugar, I started to gain weight, suddenly my my thyroxine level, you know, the thyroxine production, that's again produces other hormones like testosterone and stuff, was just off the charts, and I was called back to the doctor, and the point was I had inflammation in my whole body. And it was also triggered by me falling deeply in love with a girl, and that didn't go well, and I just dropped deeper and deeper and deeper into depression. And in the end, it actually also, I had injuries in my joints, so I guess the inflammation then got stuck in my joints and started to rapidly eat them up. But now things are good. I'm like 5 years older, but I feel younger. My daughter said I look younger, and I know that what's coming in the future now is just things are gonna get better and better, and I know that, and yeah, I'm just gonna. That is the thing now. At this point in my life, if I can just paint, write, and do my videos, and maybe even learn to play the piano. I have money in the bank and just can do whatever I like. I'm gonna be content. I'm not gonna demand more than that of the rest of my life than actually doing the right things, and that is a very good starting point, because I don't have any ambitions about finding the great love. I gave that up 5 years ago. Okay, there's no need. You can't really control that anyway. And as I say, I can get any girl I don't want. But I don't want girls I don't want. And when I want a girl, I don't get them, because I kind of lose my my alpha tendencies. I become a little bit too emotional. And it comes with the territory, you know. I'm an artist and I'm very emotional. And I don't see that in the time I have left in existence is time enough to fall so deeply in love like I did in 2012, I guess. And get it kind of that she also falls for me. And since I basically only want girls that are 15, 20 years younger than me, that also, you know, leaves the window basically closed. So, yeah. Okay. Last segment was abruptly cut off because actually there was no more battery in it, in the camera, and I was talking about some existentialist thing, something about my daughter. Don't really remember what it was. Something about love and stuff. And I guess that's okay. I've been working for many hours since the last time, because not just did my battery collapse, but also the charger didn't work, and I didn't get to the store before the weekend, so I couldn't film anymore while I was painting. But I mean, this video is long as a Lang som et vondt år. Long as a horrible year, as we say in Norway. Lang som et vondt år already. And just gonna do some touching up of it now. It's like, this is so annoying because I think I'm gonna be able to finish it. And I started this now, I think it was 10 hours ago. And it's now 10 in the morning. And I thought it was just a little bit left. But then what happens is that one thing just leads to another. I start to do more of my shadows, and then I see small details that I like, and then I start to do that, and I kind of getting deeper and deeper and deeper every time. But also, it's almost like Roadrunner that is running after a meep, and he never actually catches him. He almost catches him, and then just meep, boom. And the same thing with this. It's just crazy. I think I'm finished and done soon. Oh, no, oh. And then I see something else, and then I start to screw around with it. And I do too much or too little. No, never too little. I always do too much. That is me in a nutshell. I always do too much. So too little has never been my problem. And then I start to screw up, and I need to give it another go when it has dried up. And the people who are going to have this painting are on my back about it, which makes it 10 times worse. I don't know, why can't just people wait until something is finished? It is a painting. It is not a chair I'm making. It's not a car. Okay? So please, give me a break. But then again, and I'm actually, every time, since it is a commissioned work, every time I start painting on it, I lose money. But I mean, it is to get it the best that is important to me. I don't give a rat's ass about the money, to be honest. I need money to survive. Ugh. Now I have to do this over again because I have lost it, okay? Or should I just leave it? I'm also very manic when it comes to these things. I'm never able to stop. Always another level, another place I want to go, another thing that needs to be addressed. I think it's a very good thing. So okay, so I'm working with a very small pencil now. My neighbor is back in work. Actually, he basically left when I started painting. And now he's back in his store upstairs. It's quite fun. But anyway, I think it has become quite nice. I actually start to have problems seeing sometimes the difference between the painting and photo, or see where I'm going. I can see the difference between the painting and the photo, of course, but where I'm going, I can't really see where am I going, what's next, how can I make it better. I know I've now painted 3 small figure paintings lately, and I can see that I need to be more careful when I sketch. I think that is the way to go. Do things more perfect, because the hair, I just kind of sketch it up, but it's really fun. But then I always get into the same trouble later. It's like I have to paint everything again. And sometimes I have gotten too thick with paint and stuff, and it becomes hard to basically keep it open. So, well, the paint underneath basically contradicts the new. Now I did something here I'm not sure of. And this is the thing, you know, she has some tattoos on her thigh here, and I think it maybe went a little bit too far out the hip, so I just scrape it down like this. I scrape the background, use the background underneath to kind of draw it back again. The problem now is I have painted on this side, so when I put my finger on it, I fuck that up, and it's so annoying. So the best thing now actually is to let it dry and then just to hang it over an oven and do the last thing tomorrow or today, whatever. Depends how we look at it. Yeah, but I think yeah, I'm going to do a version of this where she looks down. It's very nice, and then I'm going to do it my way. It's not going to be a commission work. There were actually a couple, or a guy who asked me the other day if I wanted to do a commission of him, his wife, and a kid. Yeah, actually going to have a kid now. And I said yes, but I'm not really sure if I'm going to do. I would get paid quite well, but it is just too time consuming, and I have I think I have 20 big paintings that are screaming to be finished, and I just keep on adding in more. At some point, I'm not going to be able to paint my own stuff. And doing a huge figure painting like that takes so much effort that it's not, you know, and it's also commission work. So it adds to it, it adds to the stress, as I've been talking about. And it's hard for me to consider it, because I really want to start getting done my exhibitions and get back into the groove, you know. It's not that commission works are a good income, but it's so time consuming. Because it's not really what you want to do. I want to do my exhibition, The Human Condition, where I paint things people do, like everything from science to porn to, you know, things that I've been thinking about, things that matters to me, and I want to do all my bigger paintings, all the aesthetic things I want to do, all the things that are in my brain or already sketched up. I need to get it done, because the problem is, it is like any other type of work. If you never actually go and do the things you want to do, sooner or later you're going to start losing that edge. It's going to be too, it's going to drain you. And I guess I talked about that maybe I talked about that in the last segment, about not spending so much money and having the leverage to say no. And maybe that is what I will actually do. If it is a single portrait or landscape or something, it's not that hard. But 3 people, just think about that. I don't use a projector, so I have to do it on freehand. I have to place every him, her, baby, and everything has to be placed in the right place. I don't never measure, I just start somewhere. Maybe that's the problem. But I don't want it to be too rigid. I want my paintings to be kind of open, and just this one here, I move it back and forth and back and forth and back and forth until the sum. It's kind of a sum, like it's almost like I get paid. I just keep moving stuff around, and then in the end I get kind of paid. The sum of all the motions becomes the painting, and that is how I like to do it. So, anyway, blah blah blah. You see now, I need this one to around, and I need this one here to kind of disappear in. Okay. It actually makes it more difficult when they are small. There is no doubt about it. Small paintings are more difficult than bigger paintings. You have so little to go on, and it takes nothing for it to just be so screwed up. I even did something with the face today, and I had promised myself not to do it because I thought it was okay, but I did it anyway, and I managed to not screw it up, and I guess that was a good thing, because that would be a horrible experience if I screwed it up and I needed to do another rerun of it. Run on it. Everything is so tiny. Okay. Okay, I'll zoom a little bit in here. See now, so you can actually see a little bit more what I'm actually doing. Okay. I'm trying to get this. This one too. That's too green now. That's a problem. It's way too green, and it's a wrong green. It's too vivid. So how the hell do I? I'm just gonna push it down a little bit and then drag it back up again. Just see what happens. Just push it down, and then, as I say, drag it back up. It's so funny to think about that. This is so important to me. It's basically the most important thing in the world. And it has actually no objective. It's not important in any objective sense. So. But me, I guess. See now. These nuances are very difficult because you have kind of blue and red. Every time I turn my head, I see a different hue, a different color. Suddenly I see it as red, and I turn back, and I suddenly see it as green, and then I turn back again, and I see it as blue, and it's like, duh. You know, the lines here are extremely sharp in the photo because of the shadows, but I can't paint it that sharp because they become too hard. And right now I'm not really sure about anything really. think this is too high. Yeah, it's better. So I put paint in between. Instead of painting the ear, painted the shoulder behind it. That is what I'm trying to do. Basically all over the place. But it's so tiny, it is almost impossible to see. And there's so much paint on it now. Yeah. This one is thinner, I think. Yes, it's a little bit thinner. That's the thing. Need to slim it down a little bit. And of course it becomes way too drawn. So then I have to change both foreground and background. Okay. There's some green in this. Green, not blue. You know, it's very important to get some small things in here. It's actually a cactus. It's dead now because I have a cellar, big cellar. And I guess there wasn't enough light for it. I didn't love it here. So, yeah. There's also one here. You almost can't see the neons on the photo, so just want to kind of mark it a little bit. It's in the dark. And voila. Okay. Yeah, the red hair, the red roses is quite nice. Too tired now actually to do anything more. I'm just gonna start screwing up. Yeah. Need sleep. Heroes need to sleep. Too. I need one more touch up on this. I thought I was maybe be able to finish it today, but I see now that how I feel in my body now. Been dancing around for hours, painting, but at some point I think my brain just gets totally overwhelmed and it just starts to shut down. I should just have some fish and some nutritious food. Maybe I was actually going to fry myself some liver, but I'm too tired for it now. So I'm just gonna, maybe I should just have a box of mackerel. That's superfood. So my brain has something to work with when I'm sleeping. And I can have my liver tomorrow. Or today. Liver is extremely good for basically everything. You know, her body shape is very nice, but she's not typical. She has a very distinct type of body that is hers alone. It's not many girls that has breast like that, and not that big. It's not implant, so she is totally natural. She doesn't have huge hips. She has quite broad shoulders. She's a really strong woman. Now she's a woman. Yeah, she was a woman then too. It's actually a few years that I took these photos of her. But she's a real beauty, but she's not typical. It's like that onion. When I choose an onion, I choose the special onion, and this girl is that special onion. And her features is almost difficult to believe in a way. It's strange to say that, huh? And the photo I'm working from actually underlines it, because it kind of gives the shapes even more potency and contrast. So features actually is enhanced. She's very feminine. As I said, very feminine, but also masculine at the same time, a real warrior. So, yeah. True warrior, queen. True Viking. To the arm here. I've been struggling so much with this one, because you know the leaves behind there kind of goes into the arm, and since it is so small, it's very difficult to differentiate from the background and the foreground. But that is why you have to use a lot of overpaints when you have something as small as this. You really just have to get down to zero and just keep on banging on layer upon layer until you get it right. There's no hiding here at all. So a thing like this should be done slowly. You know, I think I want to say no to that thing. Start doing what I want to. So I would get a lot of money for it, but I don't think it's worth it anymore. Because I use so much time and so much effort on these commissions. But then again, you have to live, so it's hard. And of course, it's also a challenge in a way to paint a baby and a father, and because you really have to focus your skill. So maybe it's smart. I don't know. So I have to think about it. Anyway, you see what I'm doing? I'm trying to make this round here. I also use knives. I even use this one to just kind of scrape into it like this. So as you go along, you can just add in new ways, new tools. So I'm trying to get this subtle subtleness of it, you know, what you can see in Vermeer's paintings. I have to go into my books and look more on that Vermeer actually, to see how he has painted small fingers and stuff. That's what I used to do more of actually, look at books while I was painting. For some reason I don't do that much anymore. I don't know why. But okay. Then you can kind of overdo a little bit to make a point in a way. Just gonna get some touches of light here. So there we go. Well, I think I'm gonna leave it at this now today, and I'm gonna just let it rest a little bit. Then go in, because I have to do a lot of work down here. Then I have to clean it up in a way. So yeah, I think I want to leave it at this for today. Maybe do some more close-ups before I close it down. Shorter close-ups. And yeah, see. Okay. I think I'm just gonna sign it and tell myself that it's finished, because it's kind of, you come to a point and you're not actually able to see anymore, and I'm basically at that point where I really don't know where to go. So I mean, that must be it, you know. I have gotten a lot of learned extremely a lot by doing this, and what I can do now is to take that knowledge with me to the next painting, and yeah, it's really great to know that. Just gonna sign it here and kind of close the deal. The strange thing when I sign these things, it's always very difficult to kind of get it right, because it is a small painting and I don't want this signature to be too invasive. Is that the right word? Oh. I don't want it to take too much or make too much noise. There. I could of course sign it with only KV, but I think it deserves a better signing than that. 2019. You go hurtling towards 2020 now. It's strange really how fast time passes. Just need to change my palette. Yeah. So I just scrape a little bit. Just get some more. That is also a good way to do it. You know, you can actually not just paint on it, but you can also pull things out again. I'm just going to do a small glaze there because I want some more blue in it, top of it. Maybe I should kind of zoom a little bit closer so you can actually see. I'm going to do a tiny bit over there. This is hopefully, I really love painting these small things here, but I think I'm gonna try to quit doing anything that exhibition works, because it just takes way too much time and effort, and I can't relax. It's almost like you're gonna have sex with someone and they demand that you get a hard on, you know. And you have a little bit of a problem getting started because you're not that turned on every day, or you are a little bit distracted, but you have to perform anyway. And it leaves you, actually leaves you almost limp, you know. It's almost you can't get it up. There's no real reason why you shouldn't just delve into it and get started. But you get this feeling you have before an exam every day, and it is paralyzing. So I'm gonna finish off as much of my commission works. I actually have a lot of them right now, and then I will try to not bring in new ones. If it is a landscape or an object painting, that's a little bit different because it isn't that difficult. It is a little bit more relative, but even that becomes a stress. And I also notice my PATRON paintings are kind of a stress factor because I feel very obligated to deliver. It becomes very personal, basically almost the same as when I do the commission works. Now I won't quit PATRON, but yeah, you know what I mean. Try to, as I've been saying in many videos lately, try to, if you have a sale or you have some money, try to hold on to it and use it to build your business, build new paintings, to give you leverage, so you can actually have some what they call fuck you money. You can say no, or at least people has to pay so much for a special treatment that it actually has that becomes meaningful. I think that is the way to go. When I see how many paintings I could have painted just by the sheer stress, or how much work I could have done if I didn't have any of these things, it is quite significant actually. I would have chose now, today I do this, today I do that, and I didn't have to perform, I didn't have to do any anything I didn't want. So yeah, as an artist, of course it is a luxury problem, you know, being an artist, and I actually earn quite good money from doing commission work is a luxury in itself. I mean, it's a privilege, but it's even a bigger privilege to give yourself the leverage to only do the things that I want. I have 20 big paintings in a room here that I started on like 5 years ago, and it's very nice sketches, huge paintings, small paintings, and now I just want to go to work and do that. That's what I want to do. Yeah, shoot, there was some runny stuff there. Let's see what can happen. I put some glaze on. No, I did put some retouching Varnish on here, and actually this did dissolve the paint a little bit. Just scrape that in with a nail. And actually, the thing is that when things like this happens, now it actually made it a little bit more natural in a way. The photo is very hard. It is, oh, there too. Now I see it. That's a tragedy. You know, just have to remove that. Yeah, it was a droplet. I should have noticed that. Usually I scrape away some of it. And so that is why you should be careful with glaze or putting on a retouching on this too early. I thought it was totally dry actually, but clearly it wasn't. And it started to solve a little bit. So now I learned that lesson. Luckily it's only superficial. It's easy for me to scrape that away. But see if it, no, it's okay. Okay. So. Is it more somewhere? That is what I do when I'm basically done. I go around and I do a touch up. I will actually put in a little bit of a shadow in the hair there. That is what I think when I think about Rembrandt and Vermeer. Many of their glazes so thin, it's like just the colors are really thin. Yeah, you see here now it became more house better. So when they actually are restoring the paintings, I've been thinking, now, the process of painting wasn't shall we say, it wasn't straightforward. I don't think it was straightforward. Maybe they glazed a little bit and then they painted over. But then when people are coming in there and they are removing some of the layers, the top layers, that I think is dirt. Okay, cool. Thanks for watching this time-lapse video. I have used a lot of time to make this, so I hope you took a little time to watch it. And you can see how I build the textures and everything, how it came out, and I think it came out quite well. I always have problem getting the right colors, so it actually in the original, this is more reddish and skin colors and stuff, but I guess it varies in the main painting file, which you'll find a link to, probably up here, and you'll find a playlist, subscription button, and you'll find a link to my Patreon here. And I will also appreciate if you press the notification bell so you get notifications. Share it with your friends, leave a comment, and
okay, here we are.
see you in the next video.
2 hours and 40 minutes later.
You are now at the end of my video, and you can see the different textures and stuff. As you can see, I have to censor my own paintings because YouTube demonetized them. They will probably demonetize this one, so help me spread it and help me get it out there. And if you want to support my channel, become a patron, and I see you in the next video.